south. Then turn left onto East Michigan Road. Drive south.
All right.
Then turn left onto East Michigan Road.
All right, everyone. Good morning. Welcome in. We're doing something a little bit different today. We had lots of fog this morning, so I really couldn't start when I wanted to. So we're just going to do this a little bit differently. We're dashing here in Shelbyville for the whole entire 8 hours. So with that, we've got Uber on too. So that way it might make it a little bit easier for everything. But yeah, Mrs. Paula, welcome in. Appreciate you joining. We have one goal today, and that is to get Dean to 500 subscribers. He's gone through a couple of adversities recently. He came out with a live on that yesterday, and it's time for us to come together and let's help him get there. You know, today's the day. We need to do it, and we need to do it live. So that's one thing that I like to do, is I like to do it live, because when we do it live, it makes it feel more alive. We've accomplished it. We've got it done. So
Turn left onto Progress Parkway.
I put the sky's the limit on there as the Northwestern Dash, because that's a picture of the Chicago skyline. And I'm from Chicago, so it's all fitting to get this going. So, all right, let's go ahead and start this dash.
Progress Parkway. Then, in 400 feet, turn right.
So we're going to take an order up here to this little business district and deliver it. So let's go ahead and get this thing started. And then I'll do, as soon as I drop this off, I'll do the official introduction of the Northwestern Dash.
Turn right.
Okay. Let's see what business is going to get it this time. There's like 2 or 3 that are frequent customers here. Let's see which one it is.
2565 Parkway Drive, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176.
You're from? Yes, I was born there. I was born there, Presley. I sure was. I was born there. Yep, I was born there. 1967. Yep. A lot of people would say 1967. I said, yep, 1967.
Parkway Drive,
Yep.
Shelbyville, Indiana 46176.
Which
USA
one?
is on the left.
Okay, let's see. It's got to be that one there. Yeah, it is. Okay. All right. I'm going to go drop this off real quick. Yes. Hey, Ann, welcome in. Yep. All right, I'm going to drop this off, guys, and then I'm going to go and, park somewhere and do the official introduction. All right, let's go. All right, starting out with 5. Right on the dot at 9 o'clock. All right, welcome in. Appreciate you joining. Okay, as soon as I go down somewhere. Yes, for Presley, really, that's cool. Yes, I was 1967. That's where I'm from, Chicago. So that's where, that's why I have it over there. Yeah, I've been to Wrigley Field. I've been to certain places over in there. And my grandparents lived there, so yeah. So I've seen it all. Lake Michigan, I've seen it all. And that was one of the reasons why. And of course, Northwestern, which is part of the Big Ten, is just north of Chicago in Evanston. So that's the reason why I have the Chicago skyline on there, is to do that. So, and I figured, hey, Asha, welcome in. Appreciate it. Okay, I'm going to go over here and I'm going to do the official introduction to the Northwestern Dash. We'll go ahead and get that started. You want to go to, oh man, Wrigley Field. It's an experience, let me tell you. I was there, Presley, in let's see, it was September of 1991. That's when I went there. I went there in 1991. That was the only time I had been there. I never really had a chance to get there. But in 1991, I had some vacation time, and I used it. And I went up there to watch them play the Phillies. They didn't do that great against the Phillies. The only thing that I saw in both of the games that I went to was the former Phillies. What did he play? I don't remember. His name was John Kruk. He was one of their biggest sluggers on that team. And in back-to-back days, he hit 2 grand slams. I just got a $6 Dunkin', so...
Drive north on Progress Parkway, then turn right onto State Route 44.
Okay. I just got a $6 Dunkin', so we'll just go ahead and add to that. All right, well, we'll just
Drive north on Progress Parkway.
Now, we'll go right here.
Then, in 200 feet, turn right. In 500 feet, turn left.
But, regularly, it's an experience. I mean, it's nothing like you see on TV. It's nothing like that. I mean, when you're there, it's a completely, it's like you're just, it's like you're in awe. I mean, you're actually in one of the oldest baseball fields. You're just in awe. And that's the way I felt there. But, it was just great. 2 grand slams, yep, back-to-back days. John Kruk. Yeah, 2 grand slams, yep. Let's see, what days was I there? I think I was there on a Thursday and a Friday, yeah. Yeah, you hit a grand slam Thursday evening. Because it was a night game, and he hit a grand slam on that day, and then they had a day game on Friday, and he hit a grand slam on that day too. So yeah, all right. Well, I'm gonna go pick up this Dunkin', and then we'll go ahead and then I can probably officially do the introduction. But let me go pick this up first. had to stand there and wait for them to give me a substitution because they were sold out of jelly donuts. Okay. So, all right, so that's not that far. Okay. Okay, I can probably get there by Lee Boulevard, I would think. Simply Debbie, welcome in. Thank you. Hey, there's here it get. All right, guys, welcome in. Yeah. Yeah, there's Mama Gigs. Welcome in. Yeah. Yeah, hey, Mama, we're going to try to do the same thing we did with you, and that's get Dean to 500. Dean's going through some couple of adversities that he had on his that he did on a short live yesterday that I could only see the rerun of. But today is the day we need to do it, and it was Team Tot who got Mama Gigs to 500. Well, Team Tot can do it again. Okay, there you go, Dean. Okay, we're going to do it today, Dean. We're going to do it. I put a post out, and I know with it, everyone who knows you've helped us, we're going to help you get there today. All right, let's go and take this over there. All right. Yeah, I got to get this. Okay, is this person going to come down here? Probably. That's the only thing about this area here is that you got to kind of wait for everybody to get through because there's some of them that are getting gas and they're darting out and all that. So, yeah. Okay. I imagine this is going to... Yeah, just like that. Yeah, they saw me backing out, but they wanted to hurry, so... Okay, we're going to go through the bank parking lot here, and then we'll go out that way. Yeah, I appreciate you all joining today, guys. Thank you. Yeah, we're having some, see, we're going to enjoy this Northwestern Dash. I know we're doing this a little bit different today, but it was extremely foggy this morning. It's a lot better now than it was, and, it was, I wasn't going to drive to Franklin and all that, so, all right, let's do it. I think we can go this way.
Drive northeast on Progress Parkway. Then, in 1,000 feet, turn right onto Lee Boulevard.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I know where this place is, so, all right, we're going to lower this a little bit so it's not so warm. There we go.
Turn right onto Lee Boulevard.
Yes, but Dean, we feel for you. Been thinking about you all, yesterday after watching that, and it's just like, it's just like they say when you're standing at the door of of a new season. Well, there's something that wants to stand in your way, and I found that in my life many a times. So I know what that's like.
Turn left onto State Road 44.
Yeah, I know exactly what that's like. So, because I know that once you cross that threshold, it's gonna be the sky's the limit. That's why I posted that. The sky's the limit. Chicago skyline. I think it was meant. The Northwestern Dash was meant for that. So, because once you get that threshold, the sky's the limit. That's just what I said, and that's for most everyone who reaches the 500 and 1,000, respectively. The sky's the limit from there.
Continue for 1 mile.
Because you see all those beautiful buildings there in Chicago. I mean, the main three. It's just like my, big three dashing. Well, when I was a kid, there was, the main three buildings in Chicago that were mostly known, and that was the Sears Tower, the John Hancock Center, and the Standard Oil Building. Those were the main three. You see, what's funny was you were going to pick Northwestern, but Illinois. Yeah, but they're rivals, though. But still, I mean, it's still Illinois regardless. But and the thing is, you can never underestimate Northwestern. No matter how bad teams that they've always had, you could never underestimate them, because in 1995 they went ahead and won the Rose Bowl. So, like I said, anything can happen. Especially with the Big Ten. But I mean, I just felt like that it all correlated for the fact that the sky's the limit. Once you reach that. It's the same with Mama Gigs. The sky's the limit. once you cross that first step, then it just goes up from there. It just goes up. That's all it does. It goes up. And then, so then you're right where you want to be. And that's the way it is for most of all the gig tubers I followed. The sky's the limit. I mean, look at Mary right now. She's about to hit 6K.
Turn left onto North 325 East.
I mean, yeah, that's exactly the way it was for her. No matter how hard it was to get to the first step,
continue for a half mile.
You still ended up getting there. And then look at them now. Yeah, look at Mary now. And some of these others, once they got the 1,000, like Roy, for example, it was Christmas Eve when he got his 1K and we did it live. Now look at him, almost at 2.
Turn left onto German Road.
I mean, it just keeps going up, and then that's what I love about all this is that it does. That no matter what adversities that you go through, and I've been through a bunch of them in my life, especially with 2013. I mean, 2013 was one of the biggest adversity years that I ever had to deal with. But I got through it.
Left onto German Road.
And when I got through it, then it just went up from there. And now I have, the job, I have, a comfortable job that I enjoy doing, and I'm, doing some YouTube stuff here, and, making money with DoorDash and that's what it is. Yeah. We're growing slowly, but surely it's like that, though. I said, yeah, I mean, it's, it isn't easy, especially when, you've gone to a new town. You got to go through new surroundings, new things. Yeah, it's not that easy. And, I've had to do that. I mean, I would tell you, someone who has moved a lot, someone who's moved a lot in my life, I'm one of those that have done that. Okay, this is a customer right here. And all I got to do is just put it at the back door right there. So I'm just going to back up here and then just go ahead and just turn around so I can just go straight out. Okay. Yeah, I know that blue truck. Yeah, they just want me to pull it right up here. All right. I'll be right back. All right. Okay, that was a quick $11 for those first two orders. And here it is, it's 9:15. So basically going from 9 to 2, guys. So yeah, doing this a little bit differently. Hey, Dahlia, welcome. Chica Dora. Yeah. All right. All right. Thank you, guys. I said, we don't have a whole lot of viewers on our channel, but we build a great community. I said, well, I know, but Eric, I mean, I know that sometimes, when you're on all the time, and I found that out too with me. I mean, you go on live a lot of time, there'll be those that'll visit you for a while and then they'll just go and visit other channels and things. And then, sometimes you might think they forget you and stuff, I mean, I've had that. I mean, I know what that's like, but the thing is, we just got to keep going. Because you never know. Hey, yeah, you hardly go live anymore. Yeah, I know. Sometimes these days, guys, it's hard for us to even go live anymore, and the reason is we don't have time. And I know with say, look at what's next week, Thanksgiving. I have to work Thanksgiving and on my W-2 on Thanksgiving and Black Friday. I have to work those days. Yeah, you only go 3 days a week now, right? And I know, and maybe. cutting back a little bit, maybe that might help. That's one of the reasons why I like having a, doing my W-2 and being able to mix it up like that, is because, if I go every day, I might think that, it might be boring to do it all the time or whatever. And I have my W-2 to kind of help me with that, to take my mind off of, this and concentrate on that. And then also maybe, to where I'm not doing it every single day. I mean, there's those that can do it every day. I mean, Mary can do it every day and not even bat an eye about it. It doesn't affect her like it affects some people. I mean, some people just have a knack to do it every day, and it doesn't bother them. Whereas some others that I've found throughout the course of their adventures, I noticed that a lot of them aren't on anymore like they used to be. We just don't have time. Okay, let's see. Hey, there's Corey. Welcome, Corey. Welcome, Queen. Welcome, guys. Yep, we have one goal today, guys. One goal. That's to get Dean to 500. That's our goal. I put the post out just before I went live, and that's our goal today. He's helped us. It's his turn now. It's his turn now. And we put out the campaign, so it's up until, we're going to do this till 7:30 this evening. So, I mean, I'm not dashing that whole time, but I'm going to probably go till like 1:30 and then start from 4:30 to 7:30. So, yeah, just kind of like that. So that's how we're going to do it. So, but, yeah, we keep going. Let's see. That's a terrible offer, though. Which one? Naturally. Yeah, no wonder it's a terrible offer. I got to drive all the way out there. Yeah, it's all orders accepted, though. But yeah, it's $350 for 4.5 miles. Yeah, that's a terrible offer. But I mean, most of those miles is going to this Dollar General, and then the place that I'm going to is probably that trailer park up there. So, which is not that far from there. So, but yeah, that's just that's a terrible offer. I mean, I hate those terrible offers, but when you're in a contest where it's all orders accepted, what do? You got to do it. Yeah, Dax, I hope that your leg is getting better. What? Let's see. For kids. Let's see. I'm trying to remember. I didn't see all that. Your wife and your kids. Yeah, I know. It's yeah. I just hope that I know that ankle takes a little while. I mean, I never broke it before, but I have sprained my ankle like a couple times, and it feels like it was broken. I mean, the pain is just like, man. Yeah, it's a pain. Let me tell you. I mean, I never broke it, but I've sprained it, and that you talk about a pain. Yeah, the pain that lasts a while. Yeah, that's. I don't wish that pain on anyone, because I know what that's like. Especially with a job that I had to where I was always climbing trucks to put products in, and I sprained, I came down off of it rough one time because the floor was wet, and because they were coming in from outside and it was raining, and I was loading their truck to go out to the next stop, and then, the floor was wet, and that's how I sprained it, and that was rough. But luckily, but on that day, though, I mean, it happened near the end of the shift, but luckily, I was off the next day, so I could let it rest, and then I was able to go ahead and do it, so the day after that, so, but yeah, you've been busy, W2, Black Friday and Christmas products being shipped. Yeah, I know, it's, yeah, I think Spark is going to be extremely busy the next week or so. I imagine there's going to be all kinds of Spark orders going out, and shipped orders, things like that. I imagine that. But see, I'm not going to be able to do that because I have to work. I have to work the day before Thanksgiving, Thanksgiving Day, and the day after Thanksgiving. So, yeah, I won't be doing that. Now, of course, they'll be shopping and Saturday and Sunday, and then of course, well, I got to work Cyber Monday too. So I mean, this schedule's a little bit different for me because this is like the first the first Thanksgiving week and Christmas week. At my W-2, I think I've ever had to work both of them, and I've been there going on 8 years. So I think this is the first time I think the calendar has made it to where I'm working both holidays. Now, New Year's week, the week of New Year's, I don't work New Year's Eve or New Year's Day. So that's going to be kind of interesting because I've always worked one of those 2 days, but not this year. And in some sense, I think that's a good thing because I think this New Year's Eve, I think we all need to come together and, we just kind of really need to sit down and think for this New Year's Eve with the song that I believe is the theme for next year. And that's, I don't even like to think about it, but it's, but I just think it's just something we got to be prepared for. And it's just like, that's what I say, keep fighting during your adversities, which is what Dean is doing right now. I mean, Dean's taken, a couple of major hits, guys, because it's not like him to not be, live out on the road. And, I know this is because since January 13th or something like that, did he say January 13th? Yeah, January 13th, I think. Yeah, he said that he hadn't done any, that he wasn't live. But, he did a short live yesterday, but it was, wait, what do we got going on here? Are we not able to turn left?
Turn left onto South Harrison Street, State Route 9.
Well, it's not looking like I'm going to be able to. We got something going on up here. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, that's rough when you can't turn left from the middle lane there. And this is a very busy intersection right here. Very busy intersection. Let's see. Yeah, there ain't nobody coming. It's one of the busiest intersections in town.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto Colescott Street.
Yeah, January 3rd, the last you didn't work till this Tuesday. Yep, that's what I thought. January 13th, yep. And I was like, I'm looking around to see, hey, where's Dean at? It's like, it's not like him. And Sally, too. Sally's, it's like both of you. Sally has not been on live the last 2 days either. But she put posts out saying she wasn't going to be. So it's like, what in the world is going on? Sally's MIA and now Dean. It's like, what's going on here? The two main people I listen to every day are, they're both MIA. It's like, what's going on here? That's not like them, either one of them.
In a half mile, turn right.
And then when I saw that post yesterday, or saw that, that he went live a little bit, and I just turned it on and just heard that, I was like, you think of, one of my favorite shows, which was Press Your Luck, where the whammies were, and it's like, Dean's gone through a double whammy here. It's like, that's not good. That's not good. I mean, like I say, it's not like Dean to not be on live and then, oh boy. Yeah. I mean, here his mom's getting over, the issue that she had, getting run over and now this. And then, man. It takes somebody, someone with strong willpower and, determination to get through it. And Dean, you have that, just like Mama Giggs does. You have that, and that's what I admire about you, is that, you said in your live yesterday, I could hear it in your voice, I'm not going to let this get me down. I'm going to fight through this, and I'm going to be better than I ever was. That's what I heard from you, when you were doing that. And that's the determination. That's why I named this, live the way I did. Keep fighting through your adversities. Yeah, don't stop fighting. Like Journey said, don't stop believing. Don't stop fighting. Don't stop believing. You're going to get there.
Turn right. Then 951 Miller Avenue, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176.
Because as soon as he gets that 500, it's like he crossed at the Indiana Motor Speedway. It's like he won the race, and he's got that wreath and the milk going all through him. And then right after that, he just goes straight up from there.
Indiana 46176. USA is on the left.
Yeah, I don't have any place to park. I have to park over here on this side. Yeah, that's weird, because they got that truck over there in those parking spots. Okay, well, I only need like 3 items, I think. Yeah, that's all I need is 3 items. All right, I'll be right back. easy shop for 3 items. Just had to wait at the cash register for a while. That's what that was. Okay. Nothing with these. We want that one. Sometimes you gotta waiting at the cash register takes long. Soza, welcome in. Hey, we got Vanessa. All right. Yeah, and Orange Luke. All right, guys, welcome in. Thank you. All right. Okay, where are we going with this? Okay. So I can go down this way, I guess, and see which way it's going to have me go. So it'll be interesting. They could have me go one of 2 ways. I'm just not sure which way they're going to have me go. And it's just amazing that at this time I had 3 orders already, and I started like 3 hours later than what I normally start, all because of the fog that was this morning. Okay, he's turning. All right. All right, which way are you going to have me go? Let's see. This ought to be interesting.
Drive northeast on Miller Avenue, State Road 44. Then, in 700 feet, bear left onto Montgomery Street.
Yep, that's the way I was going to go. I just wanted to see if we were on the same page. And it looks like we were. All right.
In a quarter mile, turn left.
You need your platinum back, sitting and waiting for orders. Yeah. You got to have, platinum. Just like this order though, Queen. I didn't want to take this order. I didn't. It's all orders accepted. That's the only reason why I took, the reason why I took it. But normally I wouldn't take this order. $3 for $3.50 for 450. That's for 4.5 miles. That's a terrible order. But it's, sometimes, there's times where you have to give in and take, maybe not the $2 for 10 miles stuff like that. But sometimes you might have to take the, like the $6 for 7.5 miles. Sometimes you might have to take stuff like that just to keep your platinum. I've had to do that.
Turn left, then bear left.
Yeah, sitting and waiting for orders is not fun. I've even done that, and I've been platinum for a long time.
Bear left onto West Washington Street.
I think the last time that I wasn't platinum was last August. Yeah, not this August, but last August.
Drive east on West Washington Street. Then, in 500 feet, turn left onto Prospect Street.
This is where I need to be, is right here. Okay, I don't need to be on this road, I don't think, or do I? What's the address? Okay, yeah, it's back here. Okay. Yeah, they tried to do that before. Okay. So I'm just going to park up here and carry it over there. All right, I'll be right back. All right. 3 up, 3 down, almost $15. So just 18 cents shy of it. So even starting at 9 o'clock, I'm almost, at my average. So I guess that's pretty good. 39.36 going 24.3 miles. Huh. It's better than continuing to sitting with no orders. That sounds like a .com order. Is that what that is? That sounds like a .com order. Or is it just 2 Spark orders? Because usually when I see 24 miles, that says, oh, that's a, no, just a regular customer. Oh, okay. Huh. Usually when I see something that's over 20 miles, that sounds, unless it's like a, like an Uber or something, that sounds like a .com order. Well, that's good. At least you don't have to do all that. This is a regular customer order. Yeah, well, those can be, yeah. That's a lot of miles though, but yeah, it's like you said, it's better than just, sitting around doing nothing. I can feel you on that one. I mean, we're at the time of day right now to where, that breakfast is just about to end. And if there's anything, it would be shopping orders. So, which I don't mind. I don't mind shopping orders at all right now. It's now that my shopping order is better after fighting to get that mess taken care of from that customer that was, wasn't truthful about a couple things. So I finally got that straightened out. And I'll never have to deliver that customer again. So I already told him, Because like I said, if I see that address on there, when I see the house, if I see that address on there, if they try to send that person to me again, and I see that address, I'm immediately going to get on the phone and I'm going to tell them, I said, I had this address banned and you were going to send it to me anyway. You're going to give me that, percentage point back because you didn't do what I asked you to do. Curbside pickup 3. Oh, okay. Curbside 3 customers. Okay. Well, 3 customers. All right. Yeah. Now that makes sense. So you're delivered. So it's basically 8. It's basically 8 miles per customer. That's what it sounds like. Even in $36, it sounds like it's 8. It's 8 per customer. So you're not going too far out of your zone, are you? Or if you are, is it going to be a zone where you can pick up something else? 67 items in total. Yeah, that's quite a bit. Usually probably what you do is you have one order in the trunk and then you have like one order or try to fit 2 orders in the back seat. Oh, Vanessa sent it. All right. Yay. All right, Vanessa. Thank you. All right, let's do this for Vanessa. Okay. Here we go. Thank you, Vanessa. Appreciate that. All right. I appreciate that. Appreciate that, Vanessa. Thank you very much. All right. Well, let's see what we're... So we're going to be, in a sense here, kind of in a stretch to where, if we get anything, it'll be shop and deliver, hopefully, because we're getting close to too late for breakfast and too early for lunch. But, now that we have Uber, I mean, that can all change. So I haven't had an Uber offer yet, but, that's the one thing about being here is the fact that, that I will get Uber offers, and hopefully they'll be good, and we can have dirty stacks, and we can have multiple drawings like we had last time. So that would be nice. Because since Uber has been a part of this, the scores have been a lot higher than they were last time, and it just makes the deliveries, more fun now that there's two platforms instead of one. So, and anything on either platform can be, a game changer. But it is especially fun when I get to do dirty stacks on when I'm live, and then that way, they can have winners. And I mean, it was so nice to have the 3 winners, and I got to tell you, that was the most interesting thing. Okay. Yeah, we got some activity coming here, guys. There's another one coming too. Little indie gig life action there. Just wonder what they're going to. It's not really a certificate order, just a ticket anyway. Must be something pretty big, because it looks like there's 3 things going on over there. Wherever it is they're going. You only take orders out that direction if it's at least above the $25 margin. Yeah, that would be me too. That would be me too. The only time I would not, that I might, go under that would be, say, like, for example, let's just say, for example, between Columbus and Edinburgh. Okay, let's, if it's like I did the very first day. I mean, I kind of went to Edinburgh to pick up my first Uber Eats offer, but and after I delivered that, even if I got something that went back to Columbus or stayed in Edinburgh, at least, even though that was an upside down order, it was, I could still get, on my way back, I could still try to get another order, and, in either place. So, I mean, it's not like, it was a total loss. So, but I mean, let's just say, being here and I'm, driving all the way down there, towards Rushville or towards, Greensburg, and I'm in the middle of no man's land between the two, that's a little different. So, at least I'm not in one place, I'm in between places. I mean, if it's either the same, distance to go back to one of those places or to come back to Shelbyville, that's a little different. And, then that's when the order wouldn't make sense. So, yeah, doing this a little bit differently today, I think, will definitely bring results. However, like I said, anything can happen. So, because we're staying out, we're staying on the clock a little bit. I mean, I might, like maybe put it in pause for a minute for a couple times if I have to or whatever, but we're staying on the clock now that the fact that I've got my Uber. So while we're here, I'm going to go ahead and, probably should do this. Should probably go ahead and charge that up a little bit. Okay. All right. right, so let me go ahead here. Hold on. Yeah, so far I've had 3 orders. That's amazing. I wouldn't even think that I would have had 3 orders, by almost 10 o'clock. All right, let's see here. We got to do the I'm going to do the introduction. Okay, where are we at here? If we get an order, we get one. That's fine. So, I did the introduction last time, and I ended up getting an order, which is fine. Because I'd rather have the order. Okay. Let's see, it's probably more than likely. Oh, really? Okay. Well, where are we at here? All right, let's go ahead and do the official introduction here and introduce the Northwestern Dash. Legal Publications in association with Big 3 Dashing proudly presents Big 10 Conference Dashing. Today, live from Shelbyville, Indiana, the Northwestern Wildcats try to repeat and get first place in the division and go for it in a divisional manner. All right. Yeah, last year, before the playoffs started, Northwestern was, had the highest score. They had, I believe it was 177. They had $177 for the full 8 hours. They had the highest score of all the teams last year, and they were in first place. And then the teams that were second behind them was at $173 was Nebraska and Rutgers. So they were the ones under them. And I believe in fourth place, was Purdue. See, but then of course the playoffs started, and then everything changed, and then all those teams started moving up because there kept being ties. So that's how that all got changed. So we haven't had a tiebreaker yet. So, see, from what I looked at there, let's see. I believe Team Little Tiny has the lead. Team Todd is second, and Team Little One is third as far as team points is concerned. So that's where we're at there. All right. Well, we're not going to stick around here. Let me see. What does Uber look like? Yeah, I haven't had an order from them yet. All right, let me just okay, let me just try this. Try again. Here we go. Sometimes you have to do that with them too, just like you do DoorDash. So, I see one place that has a possibility of getting an order. See, that's the one thing with Uber's map, is that you can see what the possibilities are. Whereas with DoorDash, they don't show you the possibilities. All they show you is the pic of, who has the potential of getting an order. Like it says McDonald's, 202 feet, Wendy's, and Starbucks. It doesn't. Oh, here we go. Now we're here at McDonald's right here. All right, let's go get it. 425 for.
Then turn right onto East Michigan Road
for 0.7 miles. All right, I'll be right back. right. Okay. It's not too far down there. You don't like being cold. Ooh. Ding, ding, yeah. Okay. Let's see. Hey, Colleen, welcome in. Yeah, Colleen. Yeah, we're doing our we're doing our little deal today. Just like you, that one day you had 10 to go. Mama Gigs had 10 to go, and now Dean had 10 to go. So today, this is the time that we're going to get him. We are going to get Dean to 500 today. With what he's been going through, this is his day. This is the time to get him there. Yeah. This is the time to get him there. He's helped all of us. Now it's his turn, and we're going to do it today. So I put myself out. There will be a membership drawing. Should we get it done? So if we do it live anytime between now and 7:30 this evening. If I'm out doing it live, then we'll have that drawing. So we got to do it during the broadcast. So yeah. So I put a post out, let everybody know, let's all, join together and, let's get this done, because Dean's been a very big help to all of our channels, and now it's his turn. I don't know why they send that to you when I'm not even close to that place. Okay. Let's see, I'll just hit this to make sure I know which one it's going to.
Then turn left onto Shelby's Crest.
Okay.
Turn left onto Shelby's Crest.
They're over here in this complex. Oh, here.
In 500 feet,
I'm gonna have to park over here.
764 Shelby's Crest Prairie, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA will be on the left.
I have to wait for these guys to to move so that I can get through there. So, all right. Okay. All right. And I'm going to wait for them to come for the because the medics come first, even though they don't have the lights on. You kind of got to give them the right of way. So, all right. All right. Let's see where we're at here. It's on down this way.
764 Shelby's Crest Prairie, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA is on the left.
All right, right here. All right, here we go. We'll take this up here real quick, and I'll be right back. Okay, I never really pay too much attention to that because it's out now. It says 20 to 30 minutes before you get an order. I mean, I know it's a little after 10, but still. A lot of times I don't pay attention to that, and the reason I don't is a lot of times when it says 20 to 30, I'll get an order in 5 minutes. And then, of course, the opposite's true. it'll say like 2 to 2 to like 5 or 2 to 10 minutes, and then I'm waiting forever to get an order. So a lot of times DoorDash and even Uber can act like opposites. Yeah, I'm kind of wondered what happened here, because there were 2 police cars here, as well as the ambulance and fire truck. So I just wonder what in the world happened. All right, and we'll go sit back in our little cluster area until the next thing. Well, I would hope that I would get some shopping orders, because, like I said, Kroger's now in it, and my shopping order is better. I might get an Aldi too. That's fine, because it's a. Oh, here's a good one. Here's a good question for you guys. Yeah. All right. Here, let me lower it a little bit. There you go. Yeah, that should be a good question for some of you. Looks a little chilly there today. Well, it's 45 degrees. I mean, it's better than what it could be, but it's been foggy all morning. See, that's why I didn't start at my normal time this morning, because it was just, the fog was just so thick. It was just, it wasn't really safe to drive in. And I just felt like, what, I'm going to do that. I said, you sent a thumbs up. All right. Dean sent a thumbs up. Let's go ahead and play this out, guys. Let's do it. Thank you, Dean. All right. And let's see. And okay. Yeah, the weather's kind of been crazy, I guess. I said, I saw over on Discord that that Fran was supposed to go out dashing with her son last night, and apparently that didn't happen because there was a lot of storms out there in the Phoenix area. A clapping seal, yay! All right. Rainy, yep. Okay, for that clapping seal, let's do it again. There we go. Yep. Yeah, food I'd never get tired of. That would be one of two. It would be spaghetti or pizza, one of the two. It's a pretty close tie between the two of them, but spaghetti wins out. Okay. All right, let's see what's going. Where are we at now on that? Yeah, it still says 20 to 30 minutes. Oh well, we just sitting sitting there. Steak fajitas. Yeah, those are good too. Yeah. I like the fajitas. Especially even Applebee's has them too. The fajitas. That it just smells so good when they come out on that. On that iron. I like that. Spaghetti, yeah, you're just like me, Colleen. Yep, spaghetti, yeah. That's for me, it's between spaghetti and pizza, but spaghetti wins out. Because there's nothing like a good, see, one of the reasons why I say that is because my grandmother made, the most fantastic spaghetti. And, that's why I said that. I mean, you would really have to go a long way to beat my grandmother's spaghetti. And I usually make it, I've always had it when I was a kid. They always made it for me every year on my birthday. and because I loved it so much. And I try to do that on, like on my birthday, and there are even times that I've made it instead of ham or turkey on Christmas. It's like my daughter and her family would get together. I would make spaghetti, because the spaghetti that I would make is for a whole bunch of people, because the way that my grandmother was. They were an Italian family, and they cooked for a lot of people when my grandmother was growing up. So that's why she saved that recipe from all the way back then. And so, you can design the recipe the way you want and just fix everything up, just do the changes that you need to make for how many people it is, and you can make spaghetti for however many you want. And then you can just use the sauce to make lasagna. She did all kinds of things, and it was just fantastic, whatever it was. Lasagna, yeah, that's okay. She likes lasagna. Yeah, my grandmother made a great lasagna too. She just used the sauce that she made and just added a little ricotta cheese, and there you go. That was all she had to do. So, yeah. Hey, Queen said it. Albert Redbeard, Rumpelstein. Oh, I haven't seen that name in a long time. Thank you, Queen. I appreciate that. All right, let's go. One more time. Yeah. Thank you, Queen. Appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, I have not seen that name. That's probably one of those that was from the very beginning. Yeah, some of the names that I've had in the gift memberships lately were those I have not seen in the longest time. So they'll get an indication. They'll be like, hey, wait a minute, who's that? They probably have to come back and see, wait a minute, who is that? Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Where are we at? Let me look at something here real quick, guys. You can see anymore now. You have to click on the actual thing to know what that is, where everybody stands. So let me see here. Well, what happened there? Went from 10 down to 11. Come on, guys. We gotta do this. Yeah, we gotta kick this up a notch. Come on now. We gotta kick this up a notch. Yeah, it's Dean's turn. Come on now, we gotta kick this up a notch. Hey guys, what's wrong with the Cats? Cats are a great team. They haven't been the best team in the Big Ten for a while. But they've been proven to be spoilers. And yeah, it's just we gotta do this. I'm ready to give out $25 today. I really am. I'm ready to do this. I am so ready to give out $25 today. I just really am. Just so that we all can do this. Dean is so much worthy of getting to that spot, and we just got to get him there. But of course, it's only 10 in the morning. We got a long time, so. Okay, we're just gonna sit here for a couple minutes, and then if we don't get anything, we'll just move on to the next one. All right. Okay, now it says 12 minutes. Yeah, so when you're here in Shelbyville, you do not want to stay in one place. That's one thing you don't want to do, is stay in one place. See, whereas in other places you that I go, you can go anywhere you want, you'll still get orders. But here, you're either getting it from 1 or to 4 or 6 places. So for those of you that have joined in today, we have one mission today. If you see on my thumbnail over to the far right hand side, each day with Dean, we're on a mission. Oh, we got an order. Okay, what do we got? Hey, going to McDonald's here, so I'm just going to do a little turnaround.
Right onto East Michigan Road.
No. So we're just going to do, I said, hey, Christy, welcome in. Thank you, Amazing Dasher. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Yeah, we're just going to do a quick little turnaround here and go back to McDonald's because we just got a $5 McDonald's offer. So, all right. You know, I have done well here. I mean, because, last year, all I did was all my dashes were here in this town. I didn't go to Franklin or anywhere else. Maybe, except for maybe like a couple of times. But for the most part, I've basically been here. So, that's where I did most of my dashes was here. Was he going to park there? Yep, he's parking there. All right. We'll just park here then. Okay. All right, I'll be right back, guys. What's the farthest you ever delivered to? Gosh, that's a good question. Okay. That's a very good question. I've delivered to many I would say the farthest I delivered was maybe 30 miles. Yeah, 30 miles. That's where it was. But I was going, but the next, I stopped my dash and went there. So, yeah, that's about 30 miles. All right, let me go get this. I'll be right back. Right. It's only going a couple miles. Thomas, hey, Thomas, welcome in. Thank you. Appreciate that, Thomas. Yeah, potato, okay. All right. Is that potato? Was that any? Is that like fries, hash browns, any potato, or just potato in general? Okay. All right. So it's going over there. So I'll probably end up getting a shop and deliver over there too on Miller Avenue. So if that's the case, we'll already be over there. So that's fine. All right. All right. Let's go over there. Yeah, that is far. Yeah. Well, the reason why I say it was that far, though, was because I had an order from the Franklin district that went all the way to Columbus. That's what that was. That was the 30 miles right there. That's what that was. Yeah. The potato general, you can do a lot of things with the potato. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. I thought you had a preference, like if you liked French fries the best or hash browns. But I mean, potato in general, I see your point, and I like that. That's that's a very good answer. That's a very good answer. Yeah. So it's a very excellent answer. Yeah, you can do a lot of things with a potato. You can do all kinds of stuff. Yeah. I mean, with a potato, I'll tell you what. A really good, I mean, I'm sure you've probably had this before, Thomas, twice baked potatoes. Now that's good. If twice baked potatoes are made right, they are delicious, especially if you add certain cheeses to it. Oh yeah, potato salad, baked potato, yes, yes. Yeah, potato salad, it's a yes indeed, yeah. Potato salad, I mean, it's like there's some mustard potato salads that are good. I mean, they're not around anymore, but one of the best mustard potato salads there was from O'Malley's Food Markets. Now that was delicious mustard potato salad. I don't know what they did to it, but it was really awesome. It really was great. Then of course they went out of business, and of course Marsh went out of business because Marsh owned them. So now they're both not around anymore. But yeah, I mean, the O'Malley, that was the best as far as potato salad is concerned. And I've had mayonnaise potato salad too. I mean, there was a neighbor of mine that made that, and it was delicious. That was when I was a kid, though. I mean, yes, Public Supermarket has been as them here in Florida. Oh, okay. But yeah, O'Malley's, that was the best. That was the best taste. I don't know what they did to it, what ingredient they added to it, or if it was the flavor of mustard. But it was, I compared them to Marsh's, and Marsh's didn't compare to O'Malley's. There was just something about that was so good. Mustard potatoes, yes. Like I said, I don't know what they did, but it was just, it was just the taste of it. I mean, I guess it was spiced up so perfectly. They used the greatest, the ingredients that they used for it. It was just absolutely delicious. It really was. And then just to see that, go under, that was, that wasn't, see, now there was another one that made, a potato salad it wasn't as good as O'Malley's, but it was halfway decent, and that was Shapiro's Deli. They had, I don't know if you ever heard of that before, Thomas, but there was a Shapiro's Deli. They had mustard potato salad. They were mostly known for selling corned beef, but they did sell mustard potato salad there, and mayonnaise potato salad, all other kinds of salads in that place. And their potato salad was fairly decent. So yeah,
in a quarter mile, turn left.
Wasn't as good as
onto
O'Malley's, but I mean, it was probably second best. No, you haven't. Yeah, I don't think that's around anymore. But I mean, of course, we're talking back in since I hadn't been in Indianapolis in years. I mean, we're talking late 90s. Yeah. I think that was the last time I was up in that area, was the mid to late 90s. So that's 30 years. So I don't even know if they're around anymore. But yeah, but they did have good. They did have good potato salad. Yeah, that's the only thing I'm not going to like about having to come up here is having to deal with this. I do not want to have to deal with this. I don't even know what they're doing here.
Turn left onto South Harrison Street, State Route 9.
I don't even think I'm going to be able to.
Drive west on West Broadway Street. Then, in 500 feet, turn left onto South Tompkins Street.
Yeah.
Turn left onto South Tompkins Street.
All right. Yeah, that's the only thing, about that up there. No corned beef. Yeah, there's those, some corned beef, there's, if it's made good, then it's good. But, yeah, that was the only place that it was decent. Every other where it wasn't made well, and yeah, it wasn't good. But yeah, you signed with this customer for a bit, and you don't mind hearing like the old stories and whatnot of the olden days. Yeah, that's what I say. I don't mind talking about the olden days. I'm not ashamed to say that, I'm going to be, 1 year from 60 in 3 months. So, I'm not ashamed to say that. And, because, I like talking about that old stuff. There's just times that I just think that, those old times were better than what we're going through now. I just really believe that. Yes, technology is wonderful, and, it makes things easier for us. But yet at the same time, it also makes things rough for us, because if it's not working, then it's almost like we went back to that time. It just makes it more frustrating.
State Route 44. Then, in 300 feet, turn left.
Okay, yeah.
Turn left onto Meridian Street. Then 811 Meridian Street, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA will be on the right.
Okay. Well, at least it's not these apartments. That's a good thing.
811 Meridian Street, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA is on the right.
All right, right here, just before you get to the apartments. All right, very good. All right, it's coming right out. I'll be right back, guys. It's not too shabby for about an hour and a half, almost $25. Joe, you're right to go to work. All right. Well, thank you for stopping by, Thomas. You're welcome at any time. And also, Thomas, feel free to check out those that are in blue, especially Each Day with Dean. You want to hear stories and things? Each Day with Dean. That's the channel to watch. That's the one we're trying to get to 500 today. So, but I appreciate it. You're welcome anytime, Thomas. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah. Older generations speak of their old days. Most of them don't get a chance to. Yeah, well, and the thing about it is, though, it's like I'm just, especially with the generation now, or what do you call it? Generation 8B or whatever is that what it is now? I don't know what they call it now, but there are those that are like, well, when you talk about stuff like that, let's talk about some things, it's like I was telling the thing about, the old computers like Macintosh. They said, there's like these little kids that say, what's a Macintosh? Some of them say a landline, yeah, it's like, well, you had to live in my time to know what that was, you know. I mean, there were those of this generation that you know, never even, you know, heard of the, I mean, you know, the ones that were, you know, you talk about the first ones that came out, the video games that came out, like Pong, and they said, "What's Pong?" I said, "That was the first video game that came out." Yeah. I said, "You really missed a lot by not growing up in that generation. I mean, if you would have seen what it was like to live back then, I think you would appreciate that time back then than the time that you know, that we are in now." I mean, like I said, I mean, there's lots of, you know, it's great having, you know, having all this, you know, technology to make things a little easier. But like I said, at the same time, it can also be a nuisance. And sometimes I think we were better off not having it than having it. Because I like the mystery. I mean, I really like the mystery of the fact that you didn't know who was on the other line. Like when the phone would ring, I mean, you'd be taking your chances to know who's on the other line unless somebody would tell you that they were calling. You know, then of course they had the caller ID came out. But I mean, back then, you know, the caller ID, you know, you didn't know the person's name. All you saw was the phone number. So, and then of course it went up from there. I mean, then you finally found a name if they wanted to put the name in there. But kids who don't know landlines, that's crazy. You say, "Yeah, what's a landline?" Yeah, you know, yeah. See, that's what, there's things, you know, that my, you know, all the kids, see, my daughter, she's a part of, see, my daughter is a part of you know, of an enormous family. I mean, like I said, her mom is one of 9 siblings. So she's got all kinds of cousins and, you know, first, second, fourth, you know, she's got all that. And, you know, it's those, you know, kids that, you know, you talk to them about that stuff and then they ask those questions and it's like, okay, yeah. I mean, yeah, I mean, and, you know, then you also mentioned payphones too. You know, they said, you know, you had to put money in it's just like a video game. You had to put money in a slot to use the phone. I said, yep. Started out as a dime, and then it went up to a quarter. So it costs this. They said, so it costs the same to use the phone as it would to play a video game. Yeah. Sure did. And then, of course, if you had to make a long distance call, sometimes you had to, if you had to make a long distance call, then you'd have to put more quarters in, or you'd have to do a collect call. And there was a kid that say, "Oh yeah, I remember one time. What's a collect call?" Yeah, a collect call. Well, that's when somebody, you know, you have to get on the phone with the operator, and you're making a collect call, and then the operator calls that person, and they ask, you know, let's say you have somebody, the person that's on the line. I say, "Will you accept the charge for this person?" You know, they'll either say yes or no, depending on you know, if they know the person or not. But yeah. Well, even I know what a landline is. You see, making a collect call on a piece of... Yeah, well, you can though. Yeah. You didn't have to put any money in, but you would have to dial the operator, and because I had to do that when I was in college, I had to do that. Like if I was calling my mom, you know, about stuff, and you know, especially if you know, she needed me to call by a certain time and I was getting out of classes, you know, well, then I would have to go to the payphone, and then I would you know, get on there and just hit 0, and then the operator would come on, And then, I would tell them, hey, it's a collect call from me, to my mom. And so then, of course, they would get a hold of her, and they'd say, this is, me. And then, I'd say, will you accept the charges? And she'd say, yes. So, yeah, you can do that. You were able to do that from a payphone. You could do that from any phone, but yeah. Yeah, remember. I mean, if my dorm phone was not available, I mean, I had to make a call from that too. But if my dorm phone wasn't available, then I had to use the payphone to do that. And you could do it. But it's like those were the days. And it's like anymore, you need a car to get around. When I was in college, I didn't have to have a car. The car to say, Indiana is a really big campus. Well, it's not really as big as you think it is. You can get around walking. You really can. It'll take you a little bit, but I didn't mind it. It really wasn't that far to my classes. I mean, it would take me like maybe for some of the classes that I went to going down there without a car, I would walk about maybe 10 to 12 minutes, which really isn't that bad. And then, like, if it was, pouring down rain or real bad snow or something like that, then, I would do something different. I would, I may not go to class that day. I would just, take some extra time and do some extra reading in the book, so that, I wouldn't really miss out on anything. Because mostly there, even though you were going to the, that you were listening to lectures and all that stuff, they wanted you to know more. They wanted you, the lectures were one thing, and they would want you to answer the questions on that, but they wanted you to know more from the readings than they wanted to the lecture. They wanted your nose in that book. And so, those days that I never really got to class because it was raining so hard or whatever, that's when I did that. In the summer, just be home before the streetlights come on. Yep, that's right. I remember that too. Yeah. And Presley, what did we do before there was Pong or Atari or any of those things? What did we do then? We rode bikes. We played games as kids. Games like Leapfrog, hide and seek, stuff like that. That's what we did. And then the kids look at you. It's like, you did what? They said, what's Leapfrog? And it's like, I guess then we'd have to show them what it was. Yeah, that's what we used to do. You go in your backyards, do cartwheels, that's what we did. Yeah, that's why, basically this generation, isn't as healthy as it was back at the time that I was growing up. I mean, we were always outside exercising. There wasn't anything to do but that. I mean, sure, there was board games, but they got boring. You just go outside and you go and exercise and do what you need to do. Spend time with your friends riding bikes and doing things that's supposed to help your body, not just be sedentary. Sedentary life, really isn't the best life. I mean, I look at it and it seems like today I feel like I am more appreciative of what I went through then than I am going through now. And most of the stuff that, today, like you get into, like all these, like, McDonald's, Taco Bell and all these things. Back then, most everything was done by hand and not by machine. Yeah. And the quality was better. Because now that machines and stuff are doing this, then that took away from the quality. They put more preservatives and stuff in it than they did back then. Because everything was done by hand back then, yeah, it was, so much better. Yeah. We burned off those calories. Exactly. Yeah, it's like you get a McDonald's meal in here and you were just, you would have it and then you'd like wait an hour or something like that. Then you'd burn off all the calories going and riding your bike and stuff. Yeah. You know, and Saturday mornings, Presley, what did we do Saturday mornings? Yeah. What did the kids do Saturday morning? Every kid from that note knows that question. Every kid. What did every kid do Saturday mornings? Because I was one of them. Yay, Tornado got it. Yep, Saturday morning cartoons. Okay. With that, any of those sugary cereals that were advertised, you know, like Fruit Loops or Captain Crunch or, you know, Rice Krispies. Hey, we got our first Uber. All right, we're going to take it. $4.50. All right.
Head to your pickup at Jimmy John's number 3008.
Okay. Okay. Well, at that point, we're gonna put DoorDash in pause. All right. So we'll do that. All right. Go to Uber. All right.
Head to your pickup at Jimmy John's number 3008.
Now, see, this is how Uber has been a game changer. If DoorDash isn't doing anything, if an Uber comes in, we can take the Uber, so that we're still working. Yeah. He wasn't allowed to watch TV growing up. Your mom was really strict. Well, yeah, probably because some of the programs that were on, even the cartoons, she probably didn't want you, you know, watching all the, you know, like Wile E and the Roadrunner, you know, all those bombs and firecrackers, all that kind of stuff. She probably didn't want you watching all that stuff because that was, you know, there was a lot of violent stuff there. Yeah, I could see that.
Turn left on Durand Drive.
Yeah. But I mean, there was nothing wrong with like watching the Cleavers or, you know, or the Brady Bunch or, you know, like Family Affair, those types of shows. I mean, I don't think there were, the Father Knows Best. You know, I don't think they probably, you know, those type of things were probably okay in your house, weren't they, Queen? I mean, or were they just strict on watching TV in general? I mean, some families are like that.
In a quarter mile, turn left.
But yeah, those Saturday morning cartoons, yeah, I remember that. And then you'd have all those sugary cereals sitting right there. I mean, I could watch that for hours. Yeah. But that's what we did. And then, you know, when the cartoons were over, and then, you know, we went outside and did all that stuff. So, yeah. Let's see. I was forced to grow up way too fast. That was the problem. I wasn't allowed to enjoy being a kid. You know, and that's sad. I mean, you know, you got to have your kid time. See, that's part of the problem with some of the families today. You know, some of the families today, they want you to grow up too fast and learn two things. I mean, you got to have your kid time too. You know, so that's why you're given, you know, that's why they do K through 12. You know, and especially those, you know, those times, it's like, you know, when you're going, you get those first times until you get to high school, you know, then, you know, you got to live your life being a kid. Because if you don't get that kid stuff, you know, out of you, how are you going to teach your future kid? You know, you can't teach a future kid if you can't be a kid yourself. All right, let me go pick this up. Hold on, guys. All right, hang on, guys. I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that, guys. I had to I had to take that call. Anyway, all right, let's go ahead and do this.
Head to your drop-off at 1828 in 44.
Okay, where is it at? Okay, drop at the front desk, wherever that is. Okay, yeah. I say that's why I left my. That's why I let my kid just be himself. I want him to have a different life and growing up than I did. Well, yeah, and that's the one thing. You know, that's what I always wanted for my daughter. That's what I've always wanted for my that's what I always wanted for my grandson. You know, I want them to have a better life than I had, and I just do. I want them to have a better life than I did. Live out your kid time. That's one of the things that I wrote in my books. I said, enjoy being a kid while you can. Enjoy your childhood while you can. Don't wish to grow up because you don't want to go there. Because that's the thing. I mean, if you grow up your kids, too fast, they're going to miss out on some of the fun things that that they weren't able to do. I totally agree with that. Just enjoy being a child while you can be a child. Because if you don't give your kid that chance, then they're gonna miss out. I mean, they need that. They need that interaction time with. They're just some things that they need.
Turn right on East State Road 44.
Okay. Oh, I know where it is. It's right over here. Yeah. So I have to turn in that entrance over there. Okay. I know exactly where it is. It's that little place over there. Okay. Unfortunately, it goes way too fast. Yeah, I know. The time goes extremely fast. And it's unfortunate because, it's like anymore. It's just like, it just seems like yesterday we just started 2025. Well, guess what? You snap your finger, it's going to be Thanksgiving next week. And then you snap your finger again, it's going to be the Christmas season. Then you snap your finger again, and guess what? We're in 2026. It's like we really couldn't enjoy this year. I mean, it certainly felt like that. I mean, this year just absolutely whizzed by. It just did. I mean, this year went faster than 2024 did. And it even went faster than 2023 did. Yeah. I mean, when it comes to, to families, and that's why I say, I think this year, it's imperative that families really need to be gathered together this New Year's Eve. I just really feel that. Yeah, I know where it is right there. Okay.
Turn right, then keep right.
At least they finally have the address on the building there. They didn't have it on there before. Now they do. Yeah. That makes it so much easier. You see, I couldn't find this place before. And the reason why is because they didn't have the building.
Then turn left.
Yeah. Okay. And unfortunately, I can't park there, so I guess I'll have to park in the Burger King parking lot, I guess. Yeah, I guess that's what I'll do. Because I can't park in the bad spot. All right. See you right back. And I didn't have to wait for that. I didn't have to wait for that tip right there. It came immediately. They paid me the whole thing. Maybe that thing's in effect now, to where they don't take the to where they pay you the whole thing and you don't have to wait. As I know, I got that email. Meaty Mama got it first, and then that she told everybody about it. Then I got the email that said that Uber, what you get on Uber is the same as DoorDash. You're going to get the whole thing, and if for some reason the customer pulls the tip, it's Uber who's gonna pay the price on that one. See, that's why you got to be on your A game. Even with them, I mean, you don't want to make Uber think that you're a terrible you're a terrible driver. You still want to give your best service. Yeah. Darn, speech to text. Yeah. We're tipped an additional $2. Well, yeah. Yeah, I don't like that talk to text stuff. Yeah, that can be all right, so we're just going to go back up here to my little cluster here now that it's almost 11. So, which means more places will be open. So, yeah, so now that added to the total. And so instead of 24, I had 28, and it's all because, Uber has been a game changer, and it will be. It's just, you have to speak a lot slower if you're driving. That's not easy to do either. That is not easy to do, when you're driving. It isn't. It's not easy to do at all. So, I mean, there's times, and see, the one thing about me is, I can be a very fast talker. But sometimes, especially if you want to be in the, in the announcing business, sometimes you have to be. And that was the one thing that they liked about me in that radio and television class, was that I could do that. That I could talk fast. And, I had the voice to do that. I mean, I was able to do that. Because there's some that, that can't talk, real fast. I mean, they can, but, they don't, it's not comprehensible in some cases. But see, one of the reasons why they liked me was that I could do that. And that's why I do that little practicing of the introduction. And, I practice my introduction, to these dashes. So in case, NBC, someone from NBC might be listening, because that's one of their old themes that they used back from 1984 to 1988. And I thought, maybe somebody from NBC might be listening and say, hey, maybe this guy sounds like, we could use him as a backup or something, at least to start. And, I had someone on during my Wisconsin Dash that, that stopped on and said, is announcing what you want to do. And I said, I've always wanted to do that. I just have to have a college degree to do that. I just haven't had the college degree to get it done. Just haven't had it costs too much now. And, I'm still paying on loans from before. You had a squirrel run across the road early, and your first customer ended up running before thing over it. Oh man, yeah, I hate when this is the time that squirrels get active too. Yeah, you'll see all kinds of squirrels out on the road, now and in December. They're gathering up their last stuff before the solstice gets here. So yeah. Because once winter hits, you won't be seeing them that much. And from what they're saying, this could be one of those winters that could be like, could be Groundhog Day type winters, if you know what I'm talking about. That kind of snow, that kind of stuff. That's what I mean by that. Could be one of those. I mean, the last few winters we've had have been, last year we had a little bit more snow than normal, but but the prior winters to that really hadn't had that much. This year, I think this coming year, I think it's going to be a little different. Not looking forward to that, but it's kind of sounding like it. Okay. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Okay, we got somebody. See, I'm trying to see who might be on since the main two haven't been on. Yeah, I don't really see a whole lot going on right now. Yeah, these days, no one really, not too many people go, live anymore because, I mean, like I said, everybody's busy right now because we got Thanksgiving coming up, and I can understand that. It's just the bad part about me is I got to work Thanksgiving and the day before and the day after. So, having Thanksgiving with my family, well, that's, I don't know how that's going to work. They're declaring this is going to be a lot colder than compared to last year. I said, now colder, the colder part I can deal with because you can always dress up, you can always, layer up and all that kind of thing. That I can deal with. That I don't mind that. Okay, that I don't mind. It's just the snow. Okay, it's driving in the snow. That I don't like. I mean, the snow's pretty on the ground and, on houses and things like that. And, it makes the holiday season, more festive and all that from what I hear. But at the same time, it, if you got to drive in that stuff and, and plus, they put all the salt and, and then, all that stuff gets under your car and everything. And then you're going to have to do all that. Hey, Tornado sent something. All right. Yeah. Okay. Tornado. Thank you for that. Let's go ahead and give Tornado, some cheers for that one. All right, let's do it. All right, here we go. All right. Thank you for that, Tornado. So we appreciate it. All right. Appreciate that, Tornado. That really meant a lot. Thank you very much for that. Okay, I'm going to show you something here real quick. Let me, here. We're going to switch. Okay. All right, let's see. Okay, and we'll move that up there. Okay. Okay, if you guys haven't seen it, there's my post that I put out. Here, let me move this up. There we go. That's the post I put out. If nobody has seen it, Dean had 10 to go. And I put that out there, and it's Team Tot. So that's what our goal is today, is to get Dean to... is to get him to 500 today. It's his turn. He's helped us, so he's gone all out to help us. Now it's his turn now. It's his turn, and that's what the goal is today, is to get those 10 to join his, to join so that he can do that first part of monetization. And I just feel like, with everything that he's done for us, it's his turn now. And that's why I said, and I'm going to read this other too. See, read that last part, okay? $25 drawing for members if we do it live on the broadcast today. anytime between now and the time the last horn sounds at the end of the night, anytime that we do that, then the members will there will be a drawing for the members. So just so that everybody knows, so we all can come together. Let's get him that 10 today, so that we can go ahead and do that, because he's very well deserving, and I just think especially with what he's going through right now, now's the time. And we wanted to get him there by Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving's like a week away, so. But I mean, he's so close. I just think now's the time, and I just really believe that now is the time. And someone who's gone out to help all our channels, well, it's his turn now, and we can help him get up there, because just like I said today, once you reach that threshold, the sky's the limit. I mean, the sky's the limit. That's just the way I look at it. When you get to a certain level, and then you strive hard to reach those levels, then the sky becomes the limit. That's why I've got the Chicago skyline on there. It's because the sky's the limit. My main three things of Chicago, when you're talking about, with Big Three, well, the Big Three of Chicago, especially back at the time I was growing up, the Big Three of Chicago was the Sears Tower, the John Hancock Center, and the Standard Oil Building. Those were the main three buildings back then. So, and that was kind of part of how I got Big Three dashing together with that, because I grew up, that was where I was born, was in Chicago. I was born when there was a Sears Tower. I was born when there was a John Hancock Center. I was born when there was a Standard Oil Building. All three of those, the main three. So that's why I say you got that. And of course you got Big Three dashing, and you got the three kitties. You've got Little One, Little Tot, and Little Tiny. So, yeah. And of course, that's a different picture of Tot that I put up there, on there, because now since Tot's become part of the family, now so all have different pictures of her. So, that's a pretty decent picture of her. I mean, you'll see more of her golden fur. So. But the one thing about, Tot was, it was Tot's group, Oregon, that got Mama Gigs to 500, and it's Tot's group now, Northwestern, can get to, get Dean to 500. And so, yeah, that's, that'd be a big accomplishment. So, we all come together, we're going to have a drawing tonight. So that's what I'd love to see. Because me, I love to see things happen on a live broadcast. That's just what I like to do. It's the way I've always been. All right, well, we're not going to sit here. We're going to drive around a little bit. See maybe if I can get either one of those. Let's drive down here and see if we might get something down here. Oh yeah, there's something I do need to do. Should have done last night and I didn't do it. We'll just drive over here to see if we might be able to get something down this way. Yeah, I wanted to start a whole lot earlier than I did, but because it was so foggy this morning, I really couldn't do it. So it was just, the fog was just too thick. You're probably going to have to come back out later. Oh, really? Is it that slow where you're at? I mean, it seems like it's a little, I mean, I've gotten orders. I mean, in 2 hours, I have gotten orders, and I've basically made between the two platforms, I've made pretty close to, what I average. I mean, I kind of needed Uber's help to do that, but still, I mean, for the time that I started, it's really not as bad. Now, if had I started at like 6 like I normally, so yeah, going live. Yeah, you should definitely do that, Queen. I mean, now that you can, you should. There's nobody on right now, really. I mean, the main big hitters aren't on yet. I'm talking about Mary, Sunny, and some of them. They're not on yet. I'm sure not. They will be shortly, but yeah, I mean, you probably should go. You probably should go live. And I think when you do, then you'll start building your channel up, and you'll get in the triple digits, and then then you just start thinking, I mean, I know it's not really a monetization thing, but it's just to get more, to get more viewers. The road to 200, the road to 300, the road to 400, all that thing. That's what I did. Yeah, I did a road to 200, then I did a road to 300, then I did a road to 400, and then finally up to 500. And then after that, I really didn't have to do that, because then things just started climbing after that. Yeah. Well, I've only seen you live once, Queen. Well, she used to be, I mean, a while ago, she used to be live all the time with, with Dashing with John, and also with Larry Legend. All three of them would be on live. But Dashing with John, he's kind of been doing stuff with his house lately, so he hadn't been out too much. And then I don't know, I mean, I haven't seen Larry that often. I mean, sometimes he'll pop in every now and then, but yeah, we'll just sit up here, over here, and wait, because it could be one of 4 things over here. Well, actually 6, because there's Penn Station and Duncan over there. So you might get something here. We're just going to sit here for a few minutes. In fact, I probably should just go ahead and pause it here. Not to mention Aldi. I actually talked with Larry, and he's just busy doing his own thing. Called Bob in to see how he's doing with his shorts and whenever. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Larry said he was doing his own thing. I remember him saying that he was going to start doing that. Yeah. I mean, he will make an appearance every now and then, like with a short or something. So. But I remember those days, the 3 of you would be doing, be doing a live together. It was kind of nice watching the 3 of you. Hopefully when I resume, we'll get something. Okay. Says 10 to 20 minutes. Now, I could design this a couple ways too, because I'm probably going to be out at least 3 hours tonight, possibly 4, depending on how this turns out. So it just has to be, a full 8 hours. And right now we're only 2 hours into it, so. I would think that I would be getting some kind of orders here. All you need is another $65. Okay. Yeah, I could just use, whatever I can get right now. It's just starting a little bit later, but I mean, I just wanted to, I was just basically, today, I mean, even, I thought about maybe I wasn't going on at all, but when I saw Dean with only 10 to go, I thought, you know what? I think I need to do this. You still have a few hours. Yeah, I just felt this was the right time. I felt this was the right team. I felt this was the right thing to say. So I mean, I've got 2 platforms now, so I mean, I kind of could use a little help from one of them. Yeah. See, that's the one thing about starting earlier and being in Franklin. There's a lot more stuff to choose from over there, compared to here. And I could get more done in that amount of time. But oh, yeah, that's right. There was one thing I do need to do. That's probably one of the reasons why I haven't gotten those yet. Let me see. Okay. Yeah, I got to do that every time. I forgot. I didn't verify a pizza bag. Yeah. They want me to do that every time now. I don't know why. Say the Deanathon. Yep. Hey, so welcome in. Appreciate you joining. Thank you. The Deanathon. Exactly. The Deanathon. Yes, guys, the Deanathon is is underway. Yep. We got to, see, we're doing it anytime during the broadcast. Anytime during the broadcast. We get them to 500. There will be a $25 drawing tonight for a member. So, you're going to wait to do that. Yep. Like I said, we got all day to do it, so it's not like it can't be done. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't understand why. See, I forgot. I was saying why I wasn't getting orders. I said now's the time that we could get pizza orders. And then, I forgot, oh yeah, that's one thing I forgot to do was to verify that I had a bag. So, and for any more, I mean, I never used to have to do that, but now it seems like, they changed it to where you have to verify you got a pizza bag every day. And you got to do it before your shift. And I had forgotten to do that, so. All right, well, we're not going to stay here, so we're going to move around. And I've got the biggest game changer up here that I don't mind going shopping. Because now that my shopping rate is where I need is where it should be, that right there could change the whole Be the biggest game changer here. Yep, but that definitely is the Dean-a-thon today. Definitely. No question about it. That's what we're doing today. All right. Another Jimmy John's would be good. Wouldn't mind that. That seems to be the majority of the Uber orders here. All right. Yes, that is our mission, the Dean-a-thon. We get Dean to 500 today. That is our mission. Mission is also for those that, going through adversity, like, keep fighting even through your adversity, because, when you get through it and you get across that next threshold, the sky's the limit. Don't limit yourself. The sky's the limit. Sometimes it takes hard work to do it, but you can achieve it. Even when you have to go through a bunch of adversities and struggles along the way, once you reach that goal, then you can basically do anything. All right, come on now. We gotta do something here. It's just such a dreary day. I mean, it really is. It's real dreary. But that's a typical November day, though. I mean, November, there's more clouds than sun in November. Okay, let me check the Uber map real quick. Okay, well, there's a couple places on there. I'm just not sure how many Uber drivers are here. I've only seen like a couple. See, now there's Pizza Hut. Okay. A few more choices. I think, me verifying that bag now, I can get an order from there. Okay, well, we're waiting. Let's just see who, if anything, has come on. All right. Yeah, this really would be a good time for Queen to go. Oh, we got an order. Wingstop. Okay. $5. We'll take it.
Head to your pickup at Wingstop 1838 East State Road 44.
Okay. Come on. All right. We pause that. Okay. Okay, we're going to Wingstop. All right.
Head to your pickup at Wingstop 1838 East State Road 44.
Okay. It's just that it's so congested over there off of 44, because now we're close to the lunch hour and it's going to get a lot busier. Okay. I think this is the only other Wingstop order I've had from Uber. That's not bad. $5, and it's going like a 1.6 miles, I
Just
think.
ahead, turn left on Durand Drive.
It's not too bad.
Turn left on Durand Drive.
All right.
Just ahead, turn left to stay on Durand Drive.
No, I don't have to do that. Well, I'm just going to go straight. There's no reason for me to do that.
Turn left to stay on Durand Drive.
Okay.
Turn left on Sergeant Henderson Drive, then turn
There
right
we
on
go.
East
That's-
State Road 44.
That's the way we go.
Turn right on East State Road 44.
Yeah, but there's no entrance to get in there. That's why I got to go straight. All right.
Turn right. Pick up on the right.
All right. We go pick up this Uber. I'll be right back. Okay. All right. Okay, here we go.
Head to your drop-off at Goodwill.
Oh, okay. That's not that far, guys. And I know what I can do also. But I gotta get past a
Turn
little
left,
bit up
then
here, so
turn right on East State Road 44.
I have to get past this light first before I do that. So let's see. Can I do it without hitting something? Yeah. All right.
Turn right on East State Road 44.
Okay. I can go straight and get there. They say we got order. Yeah, we got an Uber order. Yep. And I also got an indication of something else, but I want to wait till I get past the light and get real close. So, because there's something I'm going to do. I already know how to get to this place, so I'm just going to wait. I want to get up past this stop sign up here. Get past this stop sign, then I'm going to turn it on. Okay.
In a quarter-mile, turn right on East Michigan Road.
I already know how to do that. So, okay, we're going to shut this down for now because I know how to get there. We're going to resume our dash, and because I got an indication, and then it says, now I don't know how true it is, said it was busy, but I know how to get to Goodwill. It's right up here, so. And it's right over there too, guys. We did our dirty stack. Yes, we did. We're going to have a drawing. All right, it's Kroger. I'm going to wait till it goes all the way down, though, before I accept it. So, couldn't happen at the most perfect time. We have a dirty stack, guys. All right. Accept.
Drive west on East Michigan Road.
Now, we're not doing that right now. We're doing the Uber first.
Head to your drop-off at Goodwill.
All right. There will be at least one drawing tonight. Yes, we did it. I got the indication that said it was busy, and look at Kroger. It's right across the street.
Road, then drop off.
Couldn't get any better than that. Yeah, put your team tot emojis up, guys.
Drop off.
Yep.
Drop off.
Okay, I don't know where they want it to dropped off at, though. Okay, I think we can go a little bit faster than that. Okay. Now, where do they want me to meet it? Where do they want me to meet at? That's the question. They want me to meet here, or they want me to meet at the door, or where? Let's see. Meet at the door. Let's see. Oh, I got to have a PIN number. Okay. I imagine it's here, though, so I'm just going to park here. All right. Yeah, I got to have a PIN number. So, all right, guys, I'll be right back. All right. Now let's go to Kroger. Okay. Okay, so what we're going to do, so we're just going to go ahead. We're going to, okay, I'm going to put that offline right now. Okay. All right, so now let's go to Kroger. It says that we're at the store, but we're not there. All right. And it's a shopping order, so that makes it even better. Okay. All right, we'll play the music as soon as I get in there. Well, I have to deliver it first. I can't play the music until it's delivered. So, all right. All right, here we go. It's It's 10 items, but it's duplicates. A couple of them are duplicates, so it's not a big deal. All right, we're going to hit arrived at the store because we're here. So, all right. Yeah, it shouldn't take me that long in here, guys. Shouldn't take me that long at all, because a lot of this is duplicate stuff. Okay. On DoorDash. Yeah, the Uber was the other one now. All right, let's back up here. All right, guys. 650 going 3 miles on DoorDash. All right. All right. It shouldn't take me that long in here, so I shall return. Nope. It does that every time, and I do not know why it does that. I need a new backup thing for that. Okay. All right. All right. I'll be back shortly. Yeah, I had to ask the butcher for help on that one because all of the meat prices were, the meat poundages were too high. So I went to the butcher and asked him if he could he could make one up. He said, "Oh, sure, I'll be glad to make one up. So you just have to give me a couple minutes." I said, "That's fine. I got a little time." All right, let's see here. All right. All right, and then I even saved the customers some money for doing that. So, DJ shopping order back shortly. Yep. Hey, Robin, welcome in. Chirac, welcome in. Dad left us. Yeah, whatever. I'm out shopping. Yeah, I'm done. Yeah, that butcher in there, he's a real nice guy, and he said, "Sure, I'll be glad to help him." And say, "What does he need?" And I said, I just showed him what it was. Yeah, I can do that. You just have to give me a few minutes, but I can do that. And real nice, personable. I went up and I told the supervisor, I went to the supervisor, because I represent the customer, right? So, and I know the customer would appreciate the butcher taking the time to do that. So I told the manager in there, I said, you tell the butcher, tell the butcher that he did a fantastic job today, and just let him know, make his day by saying that, because on behalf of me and my customer, I want to tell him he did a fantastic job. And that he took care of the customer without me having to go through all those steps. So, and that's the kind of stuff that people want to hear. People want to hear that stuff. People want compliments. People want to know if someone goes out of their way to do something for you, you got to say something. You got to tell their supervisor, "Hey, your butcher went out of the way to take care of my customer." That's what the manager needs to know. They need to know that stuff. Yeah. This isn't all about, derogatory stuff and what someone didn't do. It's like if somebody, went out of their way to take care of somebody for something that, and they were real nice and, didn't argue about it or nothing. That's the kind of people you want working for you. And so I just told the manager, "Hey, this guy went out of his way to do something, didn't argue about it, didn't, throw a fit or anything like that. He just went on ahead and did it. He was real nice about it, and that, those are the kind of people you want working, with you." And if, and a manager should know if, if one of their employees is doing a great job. They want to know if employee is doing a great job more than they want to know if the customer is doing a bad job. They want to know the both, and that's going to make that guy's day, by saying, "Hey, they appreciated your efforts." And then that, puts him in a real good mood. And then that's what, you get customers that say that kind of thing. Then that gets you going to say, hey, that's being your best. If someone says, being your best, what's going to happen? Somebody's going to come in and they're going to probably offer him a different position at a different place, possibly at some time, if more people will do that kind of thing. That's what I say all the time. Be your best. Do what you can, do your best. Even if you don't like doing what you do, just do your best. Because you never know. You never know when that one person is going to come in and change your life, all because you went out of your way to take care of somebody. People notice that stuff. I talk about it all the time, so I had to go to the manager and I had to say, "Listen, your guy did a great job. Your guy took care, instead of me having to call DoorDash and get all these types of things, I just went on to him and I said, maybe he can do something about it. Yeah. And he did. Didn't fuss, nothing. Real personable. That's the kind of person I want working for me. It's these little things, guys, that you can do if you go out of your way to do something for somebody, even if you don't know them. It's that little stuff that can change somebody's, that one little compliment like that can make that person the employee of the month.
Continue for a half mile.
That's the kind of thing you got to think about. Yeah. All it takes is maybe one vote that determines somebody's employee of the month. What can that be? A bonus? Paid day off? Something? Where I used to work at one thing, if you were employee of the month, you got a paid day off. These are the little things that we can do out there, to show our appreciation. Even though it doesn't matter, who the manager might be, whether the manager tells them or not. At least I did my step. It's these little things, guys, these little things that we can do to make somebody's day. Because remember, I've always said you're one person away from the biggest changes in your life. Things that can change your life for the best. And you could on your way to a promotion or something. All it takes is one thing, one positive thing
in a quarter
to
mile,
change.
Turn right onto South Vine Street.
And that's why I say, if you notice somebody doing a good job, say something.
Turn
because
right onto South Vine Street.
Guess what? It's going to come back to you. If you tell somebody theirs doing a good job and then you do a good job where you're at, somebody's going to say that you did a good job. Because what you get back is what you send out. I keep saying that all the time. What you get back is what you send out. If you give a compliment, you're going to get one back. Maybe even more than what you gave. I say that all the time. It's a proven fact. You can, all you got to do, what you get back, you send out. You give a compliment, you're going to get one back. Because somebody will notice that you do a good job and they're going to say something. Even if they don't tell you personally, somebody that you work with will tell you. And even the cashier, said that's a great thing,
right onto Walker Street.
to do, to compliment somebody for doing a great job. Because especially a lot of these cashiers that work there, because I'm there all the time. And a lot of these cashiers that are there, they say that a lot of the people treat them poorly. And it's a shame that people have to treat them poorly. Yeah, I can't go out that way, so I have to go in this way and go back out that way.
Turn right onto Alice Street.
Yeah. I knew that was a one-way. I just knew it. I knew that was a one-way.
In 600 feet, turn right.
All right. Let's see. Which way? They're going to have me go this other way here?
Turn right. Then you will arrive at 223 Coffee Lane, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176, USA.
Okay. All right. Which one is it? That's the question.
You have arrived at 223 Coffee Lane, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176, USA.
The customer requested you leave the order at their door.
Okay.
They added the following instructions. Leave at my door.
Okay, so it's this house right here with the... Okay, it's this house here. Okay. Yeah, all right. Yep, right here. Where the blue truck is. All right. All right, I'll be back in a couple minutes, guys. All right. Okay, so we have $9 on Uber and $33 on DoorDash. So that's $42. Okay. I think it would probably be better to go this way. I would assume. Yeah, it would be. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that couch has definitely seen better days. It's just a little after 12, so I think we're doing pretty good right now. Okay, so we're going to go this way, I think. It's not a lot of money right now, but the night is young, and we still got plenty of time. I mean, Thursday nights, they have been good, so recently, so you never know. You never know. Oh yeah, by the way, for the Dirty Stack, we do need to play the song, so we're going to go ahead and do that, because we did do the Dirty Stack. So there it is. That's for the Dirty Stack. There will be a drawing tonight. All right. Says 1 to 3 minutes. I don't know about that, but we'll see. Boy, it's just such a dreary day today. It's your typical November day, though. Yeah, the shopping order took a little bit longer than I wanted, but at least the one thing about it was they had everything. Yeah, that's just a great experience, you know, when you do that. I say welcome to all you guys today. Appreciate it. Our main goal of the day, you see on my thumbnail, each day with Dean, he had 10 to go. You know, when the dash started, our goal today is to get him to 500. He's gone through a couple of things, and I think today's the day to get it done. So, like I said, there will be another drawing tonight if we can get him to 500 by the end of today's broadcast, which would be this evening. So if we can get him to 500 before the horn sounds tonight, at the end of the second broadcast, then there will be another drawing. So, hey, how's it going there? So you changed your name again. Yeah. How's it going there, Kaylee? Welcome in. Yeah, our goal today is to get Dean to the 500. He's so close. Sitting here, I've missed you. Been going on TikTok for lives. Yeah, I've never, I don't know, I've never seen TikTok. I've never done it. I don't know what, never even signed up for it. I said, is it any better than, I mean, is it the same as YouTube or any better? Or, I mean, I don't know. I've never even heard of it. Let's see. Hello, National. Let's see. Yeah, this is DoorDash and Uber Eats. I just got done delivering a grocery order to a customer I just dropped off back there. And now we're just waiting on orders here. I've got DoorDash and Uber Eats both turned on. And we're just out here trying to make, so that's what we're out here doing, is doing deliveries for both DoorDash and Uber Eats. You know, for those that don't know what that is, that's, say, I like it over there. You just can't visibly drive, but you can put like a background and drive as long as it's not showing. Oh, really? Okay. Well, everything's different, I mean, with all that. So, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to look at that in a little bit. All right. We're going to check on see. I'm Aldi. I'm not that far from Aldi, so yeah, a good Aldi order would be good right now. Mostly Instacart people on there. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't have Instacart. I mean, this one Dasher that I work with over here in Shelbyville, we were waiting on a Pizza Hut order one time. We were both waiting on Pizza Hut orders, and we were talking about, he said he finally got on Instacart after waiting 3.5 years. It took him 3.5 year waiting list to get on Instacart. That long. Yeah. That long. That's an awfully long time to be waiting. I know that. That's quite a while. Okay. Just checking on some things here. Okay, let's see here. That's interesting. The big hitters are still not live yet. At least from what I see. Yeah, that's kind of weird. Yeah. Yeah, usually the big hitters are on about right now. All right, let's just go back up here. Okay, we gained 2, so we're 9. So we got 9 to go now, guys. 9 to go. 9 to go. All right. We need 9 before the horn sounds tonight. So 9 before the horn sounds tonight. So I know we can do it. I know we can get it done. That's what we got to do. So we're going to do what we can. We got 9 to go. Okay. We do definitely have a dirty stack drawing tonight. So can't wait for that. Can't wait to see what we're going to do with that. Okay. So we got about an hour left to go here before we get ready to do the one tonight. Tonight is going to be a lot more time than what normally would be for night shift. Oop, got an order. What we got? Let's see. Hey, that's a pretty good order. $9.77 going 4 miles. Yeah, we'll go to Dunkin'. We'll take that.
Drive north.
Okay. Yep, the cat's got to, got to do got a little catching up to do because they started so late. But they will have like 4 hours tonight, so. And we'll see what happens at night. So, I mean, a lot can happen. So, yeah. You're about to get lunch? Oh, okay. Yep, and it's for 2 now, so we all know that. All right. Yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty good Dunkin' order. I don't get Dunkin' orders like that too often. In fact, it's rare when I get a Dunkin' order that's, let's see, with all this traffic that's coming this way, I think I better go the back way. All right. Well, at least I can park in the front this time because they got that dump truck right there. All right. All right, here we are, Dunkin'. Be right back, guys. All right. verify because it's receipt. All right. This person has a not very common name. Let's see. Hey, Shiris, adversities mean problems or issues, obstacles in your way. That's what adversity is, obstacles. Things that are getting in your way of achieving your goal. That's what that is. Yeah, that's what that is. But thank you for asking. Thank you for joining. I certainly appreciate it. Yeah. Okay. Naturally, I'm going over there. Trailer park. Yep. We're going to the trailer park. All right, well, it's going to be a little bit of a trip, so, which is okay. That's a nice thought. All right. But yeah, it's just like I was saying, no matter, what adversities or obstacles or things in your way, just keep fighting, just keep going. Don't just wait until the 14th, the 14th round. I said, when you're knocked down and you think you're done, you don't just, say to Apollo that you're done. You just get up and you just, keep going and say, come on. And I said, even when life, those life would be that Apollo creed. It's like, are you serious? Are you really serious right now? You want to keep going? And you just say to life, yeah, I do. You may have knocked me down, but it doesn't mean that, that I'm finished. No matter how much you've knocked me down, I'm not finished. Because it's like he said in his last movie of the original Rocky series, he said, it doesn't matter how hard you hit, it's how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving forward. That's how winning is done. That if you just keep getting up every time you get knocked down, eventually you're going to win, because life is going to end up giving up trying to beat you down, because, you're not going to give up. And that's how a lot of people have won in their lives, because no matter how hard they got knocked down, they got back up and they finally ended up winning, because there was nothing more that knock could life them down about. And that was, so, when I heard that, from that speech, I said, it just makes a lot of sense, because that's the way it was with 2013. 2013, I said 2013 was one of those years to where I was, pretty much knocked out flat, because I didn't have, I basically had nothing at that point. But I didn't give up, even though that was one of the roughest years I had to go through. I didn't give up. And I knew that if I played the song, Things Can Only Get Better by Howard Jones on January 1st of 2014, that I really believed deep down in my heart that it would get better. And sure enough, it did. Yeah. Yeah. Now, don't go forget to visit your mother. I said, well, Presley, yeah, my mother, she passed away in 91. But yeah, I remember him say, yeah, don't forget. Well, he said something else to your, yeah. Said, don't visit your mother. Yeah, that's what he said to his movie son. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's exactly what he said. Yeah. But then what happened? I said, yep, they did go see him together. He said, yeah, Dad, you were right. You were absolutely right. Yeah. Yep. She must be. Yeah, she is. Yeah. And see, like I said, and the thing is, Shreyas, I think that's how you say it. And if I'm not saying it right, I apologize. But the ironic thing about this whole, about that, speaking of her, is the fact that she went into the hospice unit on July 13th of 1991, and then died on the 31st of 1991, which was 13 backwards. My mother hated that number, by the way. But, the whole ironic thing about this is that, one gigtuber that I've watched all the time, and that's Fran Dash Phoenix. Her birthday was 7/13, the day that my mother went into the hospice unit. Okay. But the thing about it is the fact, the day that she and I did a dash off together, a DoorDash Uber Eats dash off together, and that was in the afternoon, that was the day I hit 1,000. And like I said, I was not expecting it. And it didn't even faze me to even think that I would hit the 1,000 on that day. Ooh, what we got here? I can't. Side of town, I can't do it. I wish I could, but I mean, I would have had to pick it up right up here and then take it to the other side of town. I can't do that. Now, had I dropped this off and you gave that to me, then that would have been a different story. But now, sorry, Uber, I couldn't take it. It was a good order, but I couldn't take it. I mean, it was $6, for 4 miles. I mean, the 4 miles was kind of questionable, but it was having to go the other direction. There was no way. I would have had to drive all the way up here and then drive all the way back. They would have said, hey, where you at? No, I couldn't do it. Yeah, that's how Rocky ended his speech. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. My hobby? Mainly, see, if I'm not doing anything else, I like to golf. Yeah, golfing is one of my things. Because when I was a kid, I was a golf caddy, and ever since I was a golf caddy, just to make some extra money. At the time, when my dad passed away in '82, I had to, kind of had to help my mother make some money. So I had to do something, and being a golf caddy was, the thing to do. And I enjoyed it so much, to which, I decided, to try playing golf myself, and, never look back. So that's what I always loved. Because, especially, when any of those, golfers that I caddied for, whenever they were in tournaments, it was fun rooting them on and fun watching the matches and all that. And that's what got me going into it. I mean, I knew that I could never be, any of those greats, but, it was just something I did, just being a scratch golfer, I could do that, I mean, I would shoot mostly 90s. I would, mainly in the 90s. That's what I always shot, was mainly that. I mean, of course, that's not fantastic, but, but 90s is just a little over bogey golf. That's what that is. So, it's really inspiring. Good to hear you. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I try to be as inspiring as I can, because, I mean, it's not like, it's like life teaches you lessons and things. And, what I try to say to everybody, because with the year that we got coming up, Shrivas, the year that we got coming up, I think now is the time for everybody to really start thinking, because, the theme of next year is, in my opinion, highly, is the eye of the tiger. And so, you like football? Okay, well, the only thing... Yeah, right, Tuber. I don't think so. $2 for 9 miles? Yeah, right. You can have it. Yeah, you can have, Uber, you can forget that. I ain't doing $2 for 9 miles. I mean, at least it's not $1.50, but still, no, I don't think so. $2 for 9 miles. Boy, they're really taking a long time on this. It's almost like I think I would have to. Hopefully they won't be doing that long. There's nobody coming that way. All right, good. This place is Shelbyville, Indiana. That's where we're at. Shelbyville, Indiana. That's where we're doing this. And we're delivering this Duncan here to a trailer park up here. At least it's daylight to where I can see the actual numbers to which I'm going to be going down to find this place. So because if you have to go into this trailer park at night, you got to have your flashlight light out to see all the numbers that are on the trailers. Because it's dark, because it's so dark in there, to which you got to do that. All right, well, thank you for joining. You're welcome at any time. And Shreyas, before you leave, if you get a chance, visit the channel Each Day with Dean. Okay, he's the one we got to get to 500. Okay, he's got a great channel. You want to know some other stories? Check his channel out, because once he gets to 500, he's going to have stories that everybody wants to hear. So if you do that, do me a favor and check his channel out if you would. And anybody else that's in blue that you saw, check their channels out too. They got some great channels. Anyone in blue is recommended by me. It's got my seal of approval. If it has my seal of approval, it's definitely a channel for you to check out. Okay, and thank you. You have a great day too. I certainly appreciate you joining. Appreciate it, man. Really do. All right, let's go to the trailer park. $2 for 9 miles. Right. You know, I thought the $1.50 was bad, in which it was, but I mean, that's just as bad. And I would have loved to have taken that other order, because that really wasn't that bad. You know, it wasn't. Oh, right here. Okay. All right. And so here we are through Uber with the jokes. Yep, exactly. Okay, so, all right, so let's see. Okay, this one down here is the one I need, I think. Yeah. So I just go down that way. That way, and I turn around. So, okay. Because what I need, I think, is at the end of the street down there. I go down to the end of the street here, and then I turn left, and I think I go down to the end of the street down that way. So you wouldn't know that if you didn't see the signs out there as to where everything is. Right, it's going right down to the end of the street. Okay. And here we are. All right, I'll be right back. Hey. Hello, Andrew. Welcome in. Appreciate it. I have my dash phone on, which I have here, and I have my live stream phone. Those are the only two phones I use. Yeah. I have a dash phone with me, and then the live stream phone. So. That's the only two I use, to which I can do, if I get orders on any of them, then I know exactly which ones I can use. So that's how we do it. Thank you for joining, Andrew. All right. At least at this time of day, when you get out of that trailer park, it's not. It's a lot easier to get out at that time than it is to get out later on in the evening. So that's why I say if I'm going to get an order that goes in there, I would rather get it now, so that so at least I can have some. I can see the actual numbers on the trailers, because at night that's not quite as easy. There you go. There's Eric. Welcome back, Eric. Certainly appreciate it. Yeah, you guys did a pretty good spanking on the Raiders. Yeah, the Raiders were certainly, didn't look like they were ready to play against you guys. Yeah. Slow day. Yeah, well, for a Thursday, man, that's, I mean, I started late too. So, I mean, I'm going on 4 hours here. And let's see. $9 on Uber and $43 here, so that's $52. I mean, I would need 8. Yeah, they sure did. I mean, they looked lost during that game. I mean, no matter what you guys did, they didn't have an answer for it. They just looked lost that whole game. All right. Okay, well, I mean, there's time, we can get a little bit, get a shopping order here. That'd be okay. I wouldn't mind that. 1 week till Thanksgiving. Yep, sure is. Yeah, 1 week till Thanksgiving. Yeah. And of course, the biggest shopping day of the year right after that. Only thing is, on those 2 days and the day before, I'm at my W-2. So, yeah, I gotta work those days. Only thing is, I get double time for working those days. Working the day before Thanksgiving, and the day after Thanksgiving out of my W-2. Yeah, I get double time for working Thanksgiving and the day after, so it's not a real big loss. I don't think there'd be much dashing going on anyway. Hey, welcome in. Appreciate that. Appreciate you joining. Thank you. Yeah. I don't think Black Friday exists anymore. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, I know that from where I've lived before, where one of the biggest malls of Indiana was, yeah, I mean, Black Friday, you couldn't get around there at all. You couldn't. I mean, that day, especially where I was in Edinburgh, you could not. There was going on 31, anywhere going towards the mall. I mean, you were waiting. You just were. And finding a parking spot, that was even more impossible. I mean, some of the residents over there, you had to walk a little bit. If the weather was decent, but if you had to walk, some of the residents over there, they would let you park, especially if it was anywhere close to the mall. They would let you park in their driveways for a little bit of money. They would for a little bit of money, they'd let you park in their driveway. And that's a pretty good way to make money for those, for somebody that wanted to just stand there and shop. I mean, that's if you lived right there by the mall, that's good money. You could charge whatever you wanted. Hello there. I don't know how to say your name. I appreciate it. It's called Fatigue Friday now. Yeah, probably. Well, anymore, it's, people are, having to work now more than, on the Black Friday, which I could see. I mean, I have to, so at least I don't have to worry about that mall stuff. And as far as dashing is concerned, you probably wouldn't be doing much of that anyway, because everybody's going to be shopping. And even the shop and deliver orders, I mean, you'd be, sitting there waiting in lines and stuff. And I don't want to do that. So I think I'm just as happy, getting double time at my W-2. We're going on about 30 minutes now. Tacos, yeah. Well, I mean, I could get a Taco Bell order. You never know. I'm going to be parking up close to where one is, so. A little bit changed everything. Yeah, it did. Absolutely, it did. And of course, everybody says that, we're still not out of the woods as far as that's concerned. But, it's certainly not nowhere near like it was. Tacos, because you can change them so many ways, so never get tired of them. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I could eat tacos. Yeah, I mean, it's not like, I do enjoy tacos. I mean, especially, where they do Taco Tuesday. Yeah. I do enjoy Taco Tuesday. But you're right. You can, make your tacos any way you want them. One day you want steak in it. One day you want chicken in it. One day you just want beef in it. One day you want shrimp in it. Yeah. Because in fact, this Mexican place, that's up here, El Mason. They serve fish tacos and shrimp tacos. So they serve them, all kinds of ways. I've got an order. Let's see. Well, what do you know? Guess what? We got 2 Taco Bell orders for $8.20 going 4 miles. How about that? Well, you called it. Yeah, nothing killer. He called what the next order was. Didn't even know it was 2 of them. For taco burgers. Okay. Yeah, we're going to do it this way because I know there's 2, but I know I can handle it. Because the parking in there, especially around this time, can be pretty rough. So we'll just go ahead and do it. All right. And imagine that. He actually called what the next order was going to be, just inadvertently. We just said tacos. It's like, hey, I get Taco Bell order. Bob's Taco Burgers. Ooh, okay. Well, they got all kinds of stuff going up here now, don't they? All right, then. Okay, well, I got 2 orders to pick up, guys, so I'll be right back. Yeah, they said 1 of the orders is ready, so we'll see. One thing I wish is that customers would do a better job of responding when they're out of something. Okay. Because then you have to guess if you don't hear from them of a replacement, and then okay. So this one we're going to start to pick up. Okay, verify. Okay. I just say can't verify. Okay, but I can't take the receipt. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. Phew. Okay. All right, now where are we going? Okay, so okay, we're delivering him first. That's not too far. All right. Okay, let's see. Which way are we going to go for him? Okay. I guess we'll go this way. So we got this guy first. Okay. Let's see where we're going with this. Which way
Drive south, then turn right onto East Michigan Road.
Okay. Whew, okay. 2 Taco Bell orders we got here. All right.
Turn left onto Serrano Road.
Okay, it's going right here. Okay. I knew it was close. I just didn't think it was that close. I thought it was a little bit further down the other direction.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto Ellington Drive.
Ice cream sandwich. Oh, okay. You like the ice cream sandwich? Yeah. They used to call it when I was in high school. If we wanted that, they didn't call it ice cream sandwich. They called it fudge sandwich. I don't know if some of those still call it that today or not, but yeah, they were called fudge sandwiches back then.
Turn right onto Ellington Drive.
You like ice cream? Oh yeah, I do. I do. I just like spaghetti or pizza better. That's my favorite.
900 feet, turn right onto High Point Boulevard.
Okay, so it's just right down here. Okay, I thought that it was going to make me go around and go up the other direction. But right here, it'll work. It'll be just fine. Yep. Yeah, ice cream sandwiches are really good. I just remember, like I said, back then it was called fudge sandwich.
Turn right onto High Point Boulevard.
I knew what the price was and all that, so yeah. Yeah, you just rolled right past that, didn't you?
1072 High Point Boulevard, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA will be on the right.
All right. Oh, okay. So that way I didn't have to backtrack. Okay, that's a good idea. That's what I thought. I thought it was down here, but I thought they were going to make me go down that way and come back this way.
1072 High Point Boulevard, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA is on the right.
All right here. Okay. Okay, I'm going to deliver this first one, and I'll be right back. Probably better do it this way because I think it'd be easier to take out. That'll make that second delivery a lot easier. Okay, now we're going towards where that, why do they call them fudge sandwich? I said, I don't know, but that's, when you got it out of the freezer, or you asked the attendant to get it out of the freezer, that's what it was. When they handed it to you, that's what it was. That's what they called it. That's what the name of it was.
Drive west on High Point Boulevard, then turn left onto Ing Road.
Okay. Yeah, I have no idea why they called it that, but that's exactly what they called it.
Continue for 1 mile.
Okay, I thought maybe you were going to have me go down Howard and take that back road. I guess not. Okay, I can go this way. It's no big deal. Either way. I could have easily... My favorite flavor? Spumoni. Spumoni. Yep, Spumoni. That's Italian ice cream. It's Neapolitan, but the only thing is, it's chocolate and strawberry and pistachio. Yeah, that's mine. Yeah, Spumoni. Like everybody saying Spumoni. Never even heard of it. That's Italian. It's Italian for pistachio and strawberry and chocolate. It's the Italian version of Neapolitan.
Turn right onto McKay Road.
Yeah. And if those think that pistachio would not be would not taste all that great, let me tell you, it's
Turn right onto McKay
it's
Road.
good. That's why I like it. That's that's why that's my favorite. Chocolate here, yeah. Okay. I know there's a lot that like chocolate. There's those that like vanilla.
Continue for 1.5 miles.
Okay. But yeah, Spumoni, that's definitely my favorite. Because they ever say, well, you can only have one ice cream. Yeah, well, I mean, it is one ice cream, just 3 different flavors. I mean, it's not Neapolitan where it's chocolate, strawberry, and vanilla. No, it's Spumoni is the actual word for the whole thing. Yeah. .25 plus. Okay. But man, that was just. That's. I don't know why. I mean, it's just it's just you mix those 3 together, it's really good. I mean, I would say chocolate and pistachio, that don't sound good. It's better than what you think. You got to try it to see for yourself. Because that's basically around this time, that's the holiday ice cream. You're going to get it around this time because it's the holiday. It's not served, unless you're in Italy or something. It's not served here, all the time. It's only served during the holiday season. Just like eggnog. Pistachio just sounds gross. You got to try it. I mean, of course, we know pistachio is a nut. That's I mean, does it really have a nutty flavor? Well, not really. Not really. Chilies, yeah. But I mean, it's just one of those Italian things. It's it's an Italian ice cream. It's why it's called that way. I mean, when I first thought about, just to not say pistachio is a nut. I don't know if that would taste good or not, but yeah, but it's really not as bad as you think. I'm sure that if you gave it a whirl, I think, you might like it. Because I mean, you don't necessarily have to have it alone. If you team it up with, if you team it up in bites, with the strawberry or the chocolate, then you really wouldn't notice it that much. That's why it's called, just plain spumoni. It's because it's one thing. Even though it's 3 different flavors, it's still considered one.
And take the first exit onto South Miller Street.
And you just have to try it, Kaylee, just to see. You just have to try it.
Continue for a half mile.
And I think, that anyone who does try that and say, hey, that spumoni is not so bad. I said, I know it isn't. It's, it doesn't, the pistachio don't sound great, but, it's a lot better than what you think. You just pair it up with the others and here you go. You really won't taste the pistachio nutty part of it. Okay, so we're going to this.
Mile, turn left onto St. Joseph Street.
Ooh, that herb shop's closing. I'm gonna have to go in there and before it does to see what kind of herbs and things that I can do. I didn't know that was closing. Yeah, I'll have to check that out.
Turn left onto St. Joseph Street.
Okay, I gotta go in this building right over here.
In 600 feet, turn left. Turn left, then turn right.
So now in here, they've got a table. You gotta set it on.
Right, then Blue River Career Program, 801 St. Joseph Street, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA will be on the right.
Yeah, to park in the visitor parking because you can't park up there in the front.
Drive west, then Blue River Career Programs, 801 St. Joseph Street, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA will be on the left.
Right. I shall return. And I thought so. That I knew they were going to send me over there to do a shopping order over in Miller Avenue. Okay. All right.
Drive east.
Yeah, I already knew that. But guys, we got a little bit more here on the edition. We have so I have to show it to you at the, wait a minute. There we go. $4. $4 extra. So that brings 55. That's without this order coming up though. So and then $9 on Uber. So 60 plus the 4, 64. And then we got this Dollar General. So that's not bad for 4.5 hours. Not bad at all. I knew they were going to do a Dollar General shopping. I know, and for 130, so it'll count. I knew they were going to do it. I just knew they were going to send me there. I could have bet on it, and I wish I did. I knew they were going to do that. I said, I bet when I get there, they're going to send me to Miller Avenue. They did. Oh, I just knew that they were going to do that. Just knew it. And it's a terrible offer. I mean, it's not upside down, but still, it's only $3. And I just knew they were going to do that. I just knew it. I forget how many items it is. I don't think it's that many, but still. I just knew they were going to do it. I just knew it. Like I said, I don't mind, doing the shopping over there, but I don't like shopping at this one. A lot of times there's stuff missing in here. Okay, I shall return. Just two things. Real easy, right up and down the aisle. Easy $3. Okay. All right. Let's see. All my live streams on your old channel are completely gone, disappeared. I didn't delete any of them. Really? Huh. I wonder what that happened. Hey, there's Orange Luke. Hey, Luke, welcome in. Appreciate it. Yeah. All right. Where are we going to? Over there towards town. Yeah, that's nice. Okay. Only thing is, I can't go. I have to. So I'm going to have to probably go down this street here and then go over there that way and turn left over there, which I don't want to do. I'd rather turn right on Broadway and not left because they're coming up from that way, especially if they're working on that road over there. So I'm going to have to take a different way. Plus, this is an apartment complex that I don't. Hey, RM, welcome in. Appreciate you joining. I'm taking a Dollar General order here. If I'm allowed to turn left here, there's a lot of traffic coming from the right side. Highly unusual for 1:30 in the afternoon. Who won the raffle? That's tonight. It's not a raffle. That's tonight. Yeah. Well, if you're talking about from the one with Dean getting to 500, that hasn't been determined yet. That's got to happen. That's got to happen before the horn sounds. But later tonight. But there will be a dirty stack drawing later tonight after the dash ends. So there will be at least one. See, when we first started going live, and Dean just needs 9 more. Yeah, he needs 9 to go. Yep. Oh, so you're live now? Okay. A dirty stack? Okay. If you have a DoorDash and an Uber Eats order, if you got both of them going on at the same time. Here, he's going to want to turn, so I got to let him make his turn here. Because he's going to be right in the way. Okay. But yeah, dirty stack is if you got a DoorDash and an Uber Eats order going at the same time. Like if you have a DoorDash in the car and then you get an Uber Eats order and you accept it, that counts as a dirty stack. You're doing two orders at the same time, but they're on different platforms. That's what that is. And if you're successful at doing that with delivering both orders on time, then that's what then it counts as a dirty stack. That's that's how they get their drawing, is if that's a successful completed, because it's not easy as it looks. There's a lot of skill that's involved in it. I mean, you really got to know your area real well. You've got to you got to know how you can do the timing of everything. You got to make sure, because DoorDash gets the see, now that's the street I'm supposed to go on, but I can't go that way. I have to go all the way down and turn right to that way to go to the 100 block I'm supposed to go to. So but I to answer your question, I had an Uber Eats order in the car, and I was delivering that to Goodwill up down the street. And then while I was on my way to that customer, then I ended up getting a DoorDash order for a Kroger, and that was a shopping order. So I mean, I could take my time getting there, and because I was able to do that because it was a shopping order, it counted. So that was, that was a successful dirty stack. So because that was a successful dirty stack, now there's a drawing. And the reason why I'm doing that is because, dirty stacks are, they're not easy to do. They're not. They're not easy to do. They're challenging. And you got to make sure that, you don't ruin either platform trying to do it. So, you got to be really skilled knowing your area, and timing it out just right, knowing how you're going to do it in order to make it successful. Because it really is not that easy. Some people say, oh, it's extremely easy. No, it isn't. It's not as easy as you think. All right. Make sure it's...
Drive west on West Hendricks Street. Then, in 1,000 feet, turn left.
Yeah, it's that one back there. That's what I thought.
Turn left. Then 133 West Hendricks Street, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA will be on the left.
All right. It's in the building back there, so, okay. All right, I'll be right back. Cold water. It's 46 degrees. It's just all DRM. All right. Okay, so that ended that. Okay. So, where are we at here? Okay. Said she was on, so let's see. Okay. Was that there? Okay. Yeah, I can't believe that all her stuff is gone. I don't see how that could be. If you didn't, everything from your other channel. All right, let me see here. Hold on a minute. Okay. Just looking to see if you got that on there. I didn't see that on there. Yeah, I'm looking for her old channel on my thing here, and oh, here we go. Yeah, you still got all your stuff, Queen. Your old channel. You still got all your stuff on there. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. She still got her old stuff on her old channel. At least on mine. I don't know what she said about hers. Yeah, we still got 9 to go. All right, well, the cat's got a lot, they got a lot of catching up to do, but there's 4 hours left, so, yeah. Stranger things have happened in 4 hours, guys. Now I gotta wait for this person now. Okay. How long does it pay work for doing DoorDash? It just depends on what time you start and, what your offers are and, how much they tip you and all that. So, and I got $9 on Uber. Okay. And $58 on DoorDash. So 9 and 58 is 67. So that's not bad. I just got to wait for this person. Okay. I don't know what delivery they're doing, but it looked pretty heavy, whatever that was. All right, so I'm going to go take care of something real quick, and then I will be back doing this again. Tonight, and hopefully tonight we'll have Dean to 500 by the time we do our evening dash. That's 4 hours. I think we can get it done in a 4-hour time period. I believe we can do it. So 67 for how long? 4.5 hours. It's about $15 an hour. That's what I usually average. That's what I usually average doing this is $15 an hour. So I'm right on the money as far as that's concerned. But I do have 4 hours tonight, so that's what we're going to do. So I'm just going to take a break for a couple hours, and then I'm going to resume it again, and we'll see how they do. We'll probably start the live probably about 4 o'clock, 4 to 8, 4 hours. See how that works. Yeah, DoorDash is so lame. You know. Well, I mean, it has its good days though. I mean, it does seem lame and all that, yes, but I mean, it does have its good days. And the thing is, you get the money immediately if you sign up for that. So I mean, that's the real good thing about it. I mean, sure, it does wear and tear on your car and all that stuff. Yeah, I understand that and I get that, but people that DoorDash have no life. Well, Yender, I'm going to tell you, it's not that we don't have a life. It's not the only thing that I do. I have a W-2 also, a regular job. So I have that. So this is not my full-time thing. This is just to do for extra money for things. The things like vacation, and now with Christmas coming up. And the holidays. Yeah, I'm going to need this for extra money. It's you see, it's not like to say that that I don't have a life, because I do. I have to. This isn't the only thing I do. If it wasn't for my W-2, yes, then I wouldn't have a life. But because I have a W-2, a regular job, then I, then it's not all I do. It breaks up the monotony. And there's no way that I could do this full time. There's just no way. There's not enough money in it. So I wouldn't do it full time anyway. I wouldn't say I waste my time. Yes, I know there's other things that I could be doing, yes. But at the same time, I'm doing this and doing live streams too, which I'm, monetized now, to where I can utilize my time doing those things. With the fact that I'm monetized, the farther up I go, then then I have that money to use too. So it's not all bad. I mean, I know you say, well, there's other things on YouTube you could do. Yes, that's true. But for the majority of those that I follow, this is what we do, and this is how we get monetized, and this is how we help one another. And yeah. So you need to realize that DoorDash is stupid. You're going to say, well, I mean, it's no different than pizza delivery. I mean, pizza delivery says, well, yeah, you get a salary and all that, and then you just barely make your tips. I said, that's true. That is true. But it really, it just depends on how you do it and when you do it. It's like when you DoorDash, you can do it whenever you feel like doing it. You're not scheduled to do it. At least I'm not. I don't schedule myself. That's why I'm platinum. I don't schedule myself. I don't need to. If I feel like I want to come out and do it, and if I decide I want to come out and make a little bit of money for a half hour, I can do that. Or if I want to do it for only 1 hour, I can do that. Yeah. I mean, basically, when you're saying that to me, you're saying that to all those in blue that do the same thing. And it's what you make of it. Yeah. All right, we don't need to include that kind of wording in there, okay? So yeah, this is a family friendly channel, and please don't say words like that in here. We don't accept that, okay? And basically you're putting us down when you say that it's that that we're wasting our time out here. Because not only are you saying it to me, you're also saying it to those in blue that do the same thing I do. And, you know, that's not acceptable on my channel. Okay. I mean, I thought I was going to go through that, that live for one time, not having to delete someone, but unfortunately it had to be at the very end to where I had to delete someone. Hey, Vanessa, welcome back. But yeah, guys, I mean, just because you think it's a terrible thing to do, you don't go on somebody's channel and say that you're wasting your time. I mean, you're entitled to your opinion. I mean, you are. I mean, there's no question about it. You are entitled to your opinion. And if you want to say that it's wasting time, then, that's your opinion and you're entitled to it. But you don't just go on there and, you just, say that, say derogatory words, and put in their mind that, that you're really stupid for doing this. Because not only are you saying that to me, but you're also saying that to those that are in blue. If we all do the same thing, you're saying it to all of us. And that will not be tolerated on my channel. I will not allow that. I mean, I appreciate when everybody comes on there and says, I mean, like I said, you're entitled to your opinion, but you don't carry it to that extreme. I mean, it's one thing, to go ahead and say that to me, but it's another when you include those others, that are in blue, that are my moderators, because we all do the same thing. If you're going to say that to me, you're saying that to them too. And, that will not be acceptable. We're all in this together, and it's just like, the Oregon Dash. It's like, a bunch of ducks, you take on one duck, you take them all. That's how that works. It's that way in this community. We all, stick with one another. And that's just, we stick together like that, guys. That's how we do it. Okay. Okay. So, it's almost 2. So what I'm going to do is I'm about to close this out, and, we're going to come back later on tonight. It should be a, pretty eventful night coming up tonight, because we got 4 hours to do this, and hopefully within that 4-hour time period we can get Dean to 500. So that is still going on. So I'm going to go ahead and close here, guys, and I'll see you in a couple of hours. So until then, I will see you in the future, and remember, we're all in this together.